I can hear it. Thank you, dude. Javi, ¿me oyes?
I've thought about this, I've dreamt about this. It's such a great experience, and I'm so stoked. No words to describe how great I'm feeling right now. I've thought about this, I've dreamt about this. It's just been such a great experience, and I'm so stoked. No words to describe how great I'm feeling right now.
Now, any second, we're ready. We'll just... Bernard said he was trying to get one up there.
great experience, and I'm so stoked. No words to describe how great I'm feeling right now. I've thought about this, I've dreamt about this. It's just been such a great experience, and I'm so stoked. No words to describe how great I'm feeling right now.
World Tour. This is the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup, Dakhla, Morocco. The first stop of the year, and this is day number 2. Yesterday we had an action-packed day. The waves were about 3 to 4 foot, and they were breaking all the way from the back of that right-hand point break we've got right in front of the Rest Point Hotel, all the way down. There's 3 sections we've seen at this wave. There's a little high section where they can get a couple of turns, flattens out, but where those real nuggets are, where the beauty, where that hollow comes through, we're seeing in the middle section, and that's where the athletes have the highest potential riding and to be able to get those high scores. The name of the game today, still there's waves once more. It's looking a little smaller at the moment as that tide is a little bit low, but we are up on the push and we are looking for very good conditions, and hopefully we are looking for some more wind as it was a little light out there yesterday. Highlights from yesterday, definitely we had Sebastian Ribiero, who got the highest average, a 15+ point average on one of his heats, and he has the highest scoring wave with a 9.0. The Brazilians here are on fire. Him, Pedro Matos and Gabriel Benetton are really throwing down the hammer, and let's not forget Ayrton Cosolino with the best opener with an 8.26. The youngster, he looks hungry. He wants to be world champion one more time. And let's not forget, he won here in Dakhla last year. Today, we are going to be having the likes of Matthew Lopez and the reigning world champion, James Carew from Australia, will be coming out onto the water. It is going to be an action-packed day here on the stream. But let's go down to the beach and find out exactly what the conditions are out there. Liam, how's it going? Good morning, mate.
Thanks, Joe. We're down here on the beach now. Day 2 of this event, and very, very similar conditions to yesterday. However, the wind's just coming that little bit earlier. We've had riders on the water all morning getting ready for today's heats. Right now, tide-wise, the tide is pushing in. Waves are coming in sort of sets every sort of maybe 6 or 7. Right now, waves will continue to build as the tide comes in. Wind, we're looking at around sort of a mean 15 knots. The 12 meters are out. All the riders are super hyped, can't wait for a great day of competition. But before we head onto the water now, we're going to check out the daily highlight videos from yesterday's action.
A full day of action here at the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup Dakhla 2022. And waves are definitely back on the agenda, as 41 male and female riders from 15 countries assembled to battle it out here in Morocco. The long wait for wave action was worth it, especially for the Brazilians who dominated most of the day. Soon after, Gabriel Benetton stepped up in Heat 1 of Round 1.
Vale, perfecto. Yo de todas formas siempre me voy a mutear aquí manualmente. Así. ¿Me oyes tú?
Yeah, first
¿Tú
time
me oyes,
here in
Javi?
Morocco, the conditions are just incredible. I was out like on an 11-meter kite. The wind is perfect.
¿Me oyes?
The waves are
Sí.
bumping, and yeah, it's stoked to make my first
Está,
heat.
está a tope el volumen.
Absolutely stoked. We'll see him later on in the day, but for now, we move on to the next heat.
Also finding the conditions in his favour was the 4 times Brazilian kite wave champion Artur Moraes, who advanced impressively from round 1. West Point local legend Mohamed Ali Bakali saw his years of riding development paying off today, commentating that the conditions rarely are as good as it gets here on the first real swell of the season. Rio de Janeiro Pedro Matos joined the Brazilian party next with a super tight demonstration of in-the-pocket riding, but the contest really lit up when Sebastian Ribiero entered the competition in round 3, signaling the quality to come in the later rounds. As the waves peaked, the Brazilian ex-QS surfer demonstrated an impeccable wave selection, scoring a 9.0 for the longest and most dynamic wave ride of the day.
My legs are burning, the wave is so long. I've been the whole day just watching all the hits. Super excited to go on the water. Finally, I had my chance to grab some of these awesome waves. And yeah, super stoked. I think I did 2 good scores and yeah, ready for the next one.
Later in round 3, for those famous dreadlocks removed but still never to be outdone, Ayrton Cosolino, often impossibly looking hacks and hits, gave him the highest opening wave score of a heat, pitching him nicely in amongst the Brazilians. We are poised for an incredible climax to this event with even better wind and waves coming up in the forecast for West Point. Plus, look out for the first appearance of the current world champion James Carew, and the women will get their campaign underway. So don't miss out and tune in for day 2 of the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup Dakhla. Day number 2 of the action over here in Dakhla, Morocco. What a beautiful day it is. And we are ready to rumble as we already have out on the water heat number. We have heat number 6 of round number 3 of the competition. Matthew Lopez, the backside rider, Mr. Tropical, up against up against Clement Rosero, and Kiko Roy. So there we can see, unfortunately, that is the wrong faces, the right names, guys. So hopefully we'll be able to resolve that. We do apologize. Matthew Lopez, Clement Rosero, and Kiko Royce are our next 3 riders coming out on to the water. They've been out there a little bit as we had to start. We had a little issue at the beginning, but we are right in there now. And there we can see, if I'm not mistaken, that will be Clement, who has just gone off of a wave. So let's have a look at the scores. So it is Matthew has a 10.27, so is in the lead and winning this heat. Clement has a 5.97 and Kiko has a 4.14. So the beauty with this format is that everybody has, the easiest way to explain it, they have 2 lives. So at the moment we are in round number 3 of the competition. The athlete that wins this heat will go automatically through to round 5, so it can take a little bit of a breather and start to look out and see what is happening down there on the water with his competitors. But a rider in second position and in third position will advance through to round number 4, where that will be an elimination process. So whoever loses in round number 4 will be packing their bags and going home. Action out there on the water where Mr. Tropical himself, representing Spain, coming out of Cape Verde, Macho Lopez, already going off with a nice and easy start. A lot of the preceded riders start automatically in round number 3. And as you can see there, the Cape Verdean starting to throw down, and there is a very nice set coming our way. And here we have Clement. All 3 riders are in position. Let's see who is going to be producing the goods. Clement Rosero. Matthew making his way down. He is backside rider, but switches to front side. Okay, gets it up. Off he goes. Nice little foam ride there up the road. Now he comes down, keeping his way up. Hits it again. But we are going to be following Clement there, who is at the moment in second position, needing quite a big score if he wants to get through to first. And these waves will count for each one of these riders. And we are just waiting to see how this lies. Little bit of a floater there from Clement, but going over. That's unfortunate because he did get it, but the kite was a little bit too high, meaning that he came down. So that will be the end of heat number 6, round number 2. Coming up next, Matt Maxwell from South Africa, Charlie Martin coming out of the reunion, and Anderson Rebosas coming from Germany. That are the next 3 riders coming at us. Let's have a little look at some of the highlights of that heat, because Matthew Lopez taking first position. And as you can see, conditions are very nice out there this morning. Day number 2 of the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup here in Dakhla, Morocco. And just waiting to be moving on to the next heat. Tide is a little low now. We said low tide last night was at 8 o'clock, so it's going to be a little bit later now, so more around 9 o'clock, meaning that midday, 2 to 3 o'clock-ish, we will be having that high tide. So we are on the push at the moment. And just waiting for the next athletes and next riders to make their way into the water and start to enjoy the beautiful conditions here of the Western Sahara.
I've thought about this, I've dreamt about this. It's just been such a great experience, and I'm so stoked. No words to describe how great I'm feeling right now. I've thought about this, I've dreamt about this. It's just been such a great experience and I'm so stoked. No words to describe how great I'm feeling right now.
And welcome back, everybody. In the water at the moment, we have Matt Maxwell, Charlie Martin, and Anderson Rebosa. Those are the three riders that are going to be happening out there on the water. There we can see on the left the South African, in the middle the youngster from the Union, and the Brazilian, but coming out of Germany, Anderson Rebosa. That are your three athletes who are going to be battling it out now to see who is going to be making their way through to the next round. As it stands, let's have a little look at the scores of this heat so far, as it looks like Charlie Martin is in the lead with a 2.13. Waves a little smaller at the moment as we are just on the push coming up. And here we can see, yes, that is Anderson Rebosa with a 1.63 at the moment. Charlie Martin a 2.13 and Matt Maxwell with a 2.37. Let's not forget we have 15-minute heats. 12 waves, top 2 waves are the ones that count, the ones that are going to give you the numbers for the judges. And this is day 2 of the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup here in the beautiful location of Dakhla, Morocco, right next to the West Point Hotel. And here we have Rebosa's. Let's see what he has for us. He's got quite, okay, adding a little freestyle, little face to revert there. Maxwell, really like how he gets low. He smaller waves, but he really does have that surfing style, and judges are going to be rewarding that. Oh, again, pop to revert just off the top. Guys are starting to get loose, starting to get ready out there. as this is round number 3, so still not in an elimination round. And waiting for the action to be coming our way, as the idea today is to go as far as possible. There's still swell tomorrow, but it looks like after tomorrow the swell is going to drop. So we are going to be pushing as hard as possible throughout the day of today. And looks like we are going to have the ladies coming on to the playing field as well. 8.5 minutes left on the ticker. Round number 3 here in Dakhla. And all of the athletes making their way back out to the point. Sets are a little far and few between. But like we said, high tide is at 2:30 in the afternoon, so it's on the push. It is just coming up to 11 o'clock local time. And we are starting to enjoy this second day here of competition. Your current leader on the screen, Maxwell, coming out of South Africa representing F1. Being able to get a couple of little nuggets, but still no big scores on the cards. All right, so it looks like Maxwell has gone up a little bit with a 4.14. So starting to get in the groove here in that last heat. Mr. Tropical Maxi Lopez took the win with some very nice backside riding. We're talking that it's a little more complicated riding backside here because of the flukiness and the gusts up on the top. But here it looks like we're going to have a couple of very nice... Matt really starting to join it up. Just getting a few little schmackers. And trying to improve on that 1.77. Of that backup score. All right, here we have the youngster from the reunion, Charlie Martin. He has a very nice surfing style. Let's see how he's working here in Dakhla at the moment. You can see the wind is a little more offshore, so riders really having to get that kite low if they want to stay on the face. Trying a little air there, but unfortunately not quite getting the landing. Charlie Martin at the moment needs a 1.40 if he wants to take the win so far. And we're back. Looks like we're just having a few little issues with the sound. We do apologize. And we can see now, look at those beautiful right-hand waves making their way across the point. You can also see some of the ladies starting to warm up, meaning they are going to go in the water very soon. And there you have on your screen, Charlie Martin, the youngster from Union representing Cabrina. Inside section definitely looks like it is working better at the moment as that tide is still, let's say, midway, as high tide is going to be at 2:30 in the afternoon. Winds probably about 12 to 15 knots. Athletes are out there on 12-meter kites, in between 12s and 10s, depending on them. We've got some of the Alulas out there, some of the new Neos, the Neo D-Lab, where a lot of the riders have been using that very lightweight material. Also on the Ocean Rodeo kites, and really interesting to see how all the kite brands are pushing the development forward for a lot of these athletes to be able to perform and be out in the lighter conditions with smaller kites makes all of the difference. And trust me, they are ripping out there. Talking about one of the guys that had been ripping, that man there, Matthew Lopez, just going through our screen, winning his last heat, and a beautiful turn there from Matt Maxwell. And now he's just waiting. This is where this inside section, okay, nice and surfing style, nice and low crouch, ready like a tiger to pounce out there, the South African, who is in the lead. He's got a 4.3 and a 3.57. And here we have Anderson Rebosas with connecting and a couple good turns, just unfortunately a little second late there. That's better, bit of a foam climb. This wave's looking out very nicely. Opens it up, one more. Connecting, but going over and out there, who is currently in third position. But let's not forget, as the buzzer goes there, Matt Maxwell is going to be your winner, and Charlie Martin and Anderson Rebosas are going to have to battle it out in round number 4 to see who stays alive in the competition. And there we can see our beautiful contest area that we have here. And it really is looking very nice. Sunny skies, good waves, nice wind. This is what we want to see. And before we come to the next heat, let's go have a short commercial break.
I've thought about this, I've dreamt about this. It's just been such a great experience, and I'm so stoked. No words to describe how great I'm feeling right now.
And welcome back, everybody. So now, coming out onto the water, we are going to have our current world champion. James Carew is going to be coming out for the final heat number 8 of round number 3. He is going up against Gray Foster from the US of A, Monim Maji from Morocco, and the Australian world champ James Carew. They're going to be going into the water very soon. As I just hear, we are going into sequence, and let's see what action they have ready for us.
So we're down here with Matt, who's just come off the water after another heat. Through to the next round. You had a few heats yesterday. Conditions today, what's it like compared to yesterday? How did you find that heat?
Man, it's so light. I was actually like waving at the judges halfway through the heat. Me and Anderson were like, yo man, I think we should call the heat off because it's so light. And then like just near the end, like a couple sets came through and like a couple clean walls. So I was really stoked, like just get a few hits in, but like the wind was really light.
Yeah, well, that South African wave experience helping you out probably there a little bit. Just talk to us a little bit. You've been studying for the past 3 years, I think.
Yeah.
What does it mean for you to now be able to compete on the tour, commit, to time and to go to events? Personally, how does that feel for you?
Yeah, I mean, we actually spoke to Raza about it yesterday on the Instagram feed, and yeah, I mean, I'm super stoked. It's like so freeing to finally be on the tour. Like, don't have so much stress on your shoulders. Just taking it easy, not pushing too hard, and I think next year just trying to ease into things. Next year, going to give it everything, do like full-time tour. So it's really excited.
Yeah, it's great news for us. We're really pleased to have you on tour. Good luck with the next round, and Joe, we head back to you for what's going on the water now.
Thank you, boys. Thanks, Matt. Thanks, Liam. Yeah, great to see him out there and back here on tour. That's a young South African, very talented rider, and also a very good strapless freestyler. But now, action out there as we have our current world champion. On the right, James Carew. When we have Monin Maji from Morocco and Gray Foster from the United States. This is one of the heats we have been waiting for. Had a little chat with James yesterday. He's hungry. He knows he's the reigning champ. And let's not forget, he won his first world championship title at this event last year. So obviously a very nostalgic moment for him getting back into the water. And he has the likes of the Brazilians and Ayrton Cosolino, who are equally as hungry. And they want to give him a run for the title and a run for the event. So there we can see as we are just starting to get into this heat, 3 minutes in. At the moment, it is only Gray Foster who has taken off on a wave. And let's see who is going to be going through directly to round number 5. So there we can see the American making his way back out. And let's have a little look outside. As I can see some of the riders already starting to look like they're going to try and go in on a wave. There I can see James Carew just in the background there. And all right, starting off, that is Monin Maji, the Moroccan, getting quite a nice wave here. Looking like this one's starting to go up. Let's see what this rider can do. Big, powerful carving hack there. Now he's going to be making his way down. Let's see if he can get past this section to make it to the inside. Judges obviously are going to deduct some points as he really didn't link it up. He had to kind of power boat and speed boat it across. He wouldn't have got past that if he did not have a kite. And that is going to be the first wave for him. And I can see out of the corner of my booth, there he is, your current world champion, the powerhouse from Australia, James Carew, taking off on his first wave. At the moment, it is Gray Foster in the lead, but with both of those waves from Maggie and from James, there's definitely going to be a change up on the leaderboard. So here we have Foster coming out of America, lives in Miami, goes down to the Dominican Republic quite a lot. Loving the beaches over there in Encuentro, what a surf location that is. Some great riders like Gianmarcos Rivero, Jose Luis Siriaco, and even Luciano Gonzalez back in the day have been starting on. And now let's have a little look. As there it is, all right, a 4.5 there for James. 4.5. So he has taken the lead with that first wave. And it looks like we have more action out the back, guys. And here we have both of the riders at the moment. So James with a 5.80 on that last wave. So already starting to get some of the higher scores. Let's not forget the highest combination score yesterday, Sebastian Ribiero with a 15. And he also has the highest wave score with a 9.0. Definitely one of the favorites and the heavy hitters here for this Dakhla event. And let's have a look, as it does seem like maybe a little bit of energy is coming in the back. And we can see both of the riders making it back up to the point as the early rounds are starting here. Monim there, unfortunately, going over his front edge. But let's have a look in the back, as there he is. James Carew dropping in. Nice little whipperoo here from James coming up. Releasing some water again. And a little bit of an air to finish it off. Just getting caught up on there on the white water. And James knows he's in the driving seat at the moment, as he is first in this heat. And now it is about getting through to the future rounds and to see who he is going to be coming up next. As let's not forget, the winner will be going through to round number 5. And then the second and third position will be battling it out in round number 4. Currently here, heat number 8 of the third round of the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup here in Dakhla. And here we can see Gray Foster also starting out there on a wave. Here we can see the Moroccan starting to make his way down, and a little bit of a finisher there. And just waiting to see his score. So far it is James Carew, 11.97 in the lead. We're trying to resolve a couple of technical issues. We do apologize, ladies and gentlemen, but I can guarantee it is going to be resolved very shortly. We are going to start to have action out there on the water. As the old Mr. Brian Tower would say, we have it out there, and there you can see James body dragging evening up to the competition area as we just approach the final 4 minutes of this heat. And here we can see one more time the local Moroccan athlete making his way down, but just unfortunately not getting the finisher that he wanted. And it looks like we have a couple of waves out the back as there is a set coming our way. We can see Gray Foster. Here we have the American speed line it down. All right, okay, trying to get a little front roll there inside of the wave. And just waiting to see. There it is. There's James Carew dropping in on a little outside nugget. And this wave looks like it's actually starting to form and come all the way back inside. This is going to be a good potential score if he can put this together. Well, bang! There goes the fins. Starting to get into his groove. James just almost slightly going off of it there and managing to land an air into the whitewater. But yeah, just losing his board there from what I can see. So that is yet another way for him. He's going to look to try and improve on that 5.70 backup score. And here we have the Moroccan dropping in. All right, so both of the riders making their way out. As we have one more minute on the clock. And here we can see James Carew in first position, Maggi in second, and Foster in third. And James just improving on that 5.07 and a 6.27 for his highest scoring wave out there. As the final 30 seconds, it doesn't look like there's much coming out the back. Maybe there's going to be one more wave, as it does look like James Carew has turned around. And there he is on the bottom right-hand side of your screen. But deciding against it. Okay, so it looks like James Carew going to be dropping in for one final wave. Let's see what the world champ has for us. Big hack. This guy's got the speed now. Look at this. Up again, a little bit of an open face turn back to the whitewater. Linking it together with one turn. This is when they're going to go and foam ride. Braking, make sure he stays on that face to see if it will reform down here on the shore bank. All right, little bit of an air, making his way all the way down to the bottom of the competition area. And that is official. It is going to be James Carew is going to be the winner of this heat. And just waiting to see, because Gray Foster needs a 3.97 if he wants to be going into second position and finding a little buzzer beater, as Reese Meyer-Scott said yesterday, making his way all the way down. And now it is, there is the action, and we're going to have a little look at the highlights from that last heat.
I've thought about this, I've dreamt about this. It's just been such a great experience, and I'm so stoked. No words to describe how great I'm feeling right now.
And welcome back, everybody, and it is time to start as we have one of the locals out there on the water, the highest ranked Moroccan athlete, Ali Bakali, who put on a hell of a show yesterday, and he's up against one of the veterans, Tony Chiliberto, of various times, multiple time Italian wave champion. Those are the two guys that are going out to batter it out in this first heat of round number 4. So let's have a look and see who is going to be going through to the next round. Okay, so now just 3 minutes into this heat, you can already see that Ali Bakali starting off strong and already taking the upper hand in this first heat of round number 4. Now this is elimination time. This is when athletes start to pack their bags and go home. As you can see, Tony Chiliberto at the moment in second position. We have Ali Bakali in first. And let's see who is going to be the athlete that can get through this heat and continue on in this competition. Both of the boys waiting out the back next to that yellow buoy, where that does seem to be the point where a lot of these set waves come through. But you have to be patient out there if you want to be landing some of those sets. And as Ali actually said yesterday, sometimes it is the medium-sized waves that are the ones that filter down, saying that it is probably the best conditions we could have for this time of the year and of the start of the season. And what beautiful waves we are having, as we've had about 3 to 4 foot, just over shoulder high, I'd say, on some of the sets. And the wind is about 15 knots at the moment. Most of the athletes are in between 10 to 12 meter kites. And there you can see as they just peel off of the right-handers there at the West Point Hotel. Day number 2 of competition here in Dakhla. And as we said yesterday, we saw very big highlights from Sebastian Ribiero, Pedro Matos, and Gabriel Benetton. The 3 Brazilians definitely are forces to be reckoned with here. And then also we saw Ayrton Corzolino throwing down some big moves with the biggest opener of a heat. First time on the water, first wave of the competition. Let's say we could say first wave of the year in competition, as this is the first event. And he gets an 8.26. The past world champion is hungry, he wants to take that title one more time. But then let's not forget we got the Australian powerhouse James Carew, who wants to defend that title and already going through to round number 5 as he won his last heat. A little bit of a lull in this heat so far as we're just approaching the halfway point. And Tony Chiliberto answering back and now taking the lead, but only 0.07 of a point in between these two athletes. Let's not forget 15-minute heats. 12 waves are the total amount that they can grab. And the top 2 waves are the ones that are going to give them the scores to be able to make it their way through and continuing on in this competition. And you can see both of the athletes making their way back out to that yellow buoy area right in front of the West Point Hotel. And here we have Ali Bakali, big hit here just in the halfway through this heat. Starting off, and he's got a very nice outside nugget. Now he's going to be riding this down. A little bit of a flat section. This is when it's going to start to come up one more time. Okay, good timing. Had to get a checkpoint. Unfortunately, braking in front of him. That is a shame because that wave did look like he could use and do something. As we are just a little bit under 7 minutes. All right, so here we can see a little bit less than 6 minutes on. And here we can see Ali Bakali dropping in on yet another wave. Good open face hack there, going back to the foam ball. Once again, now it's breaking in front of him. He's going to have to speed if he wants to get another turn. There it is, off using the lip. Very nice timing. Can he get past this white water? Yes, he can. Good timing again. And now he is at this bottom section. Well, let's see if he can start. It looks like he's aiming to maybe go for an air. Airs his way down the face. Judges are going to be giving him extra kudos here, even though these turns are a little flat. But great ride in there from the Moroccan. Yet another good wave. And there we can see Tony Chiliberto. There he is, making his way down to the bottom. All right, so an 11.40 there for Bakali. Very good to start off his competition here of day number 2 with a commanding lead so far over Tony Chiliberto. With just 3 minutes left on the clock, it does look like the duotone rider is starting to make his way through this competition. But I tell you what, Tony Chiliberto has been a multiple-time Italian wave champion. I reckon there's going to be enough time for one more set. He does need a big score. He needs a 7.83. But I would not put that past the Italian athlete. But Ali Bakali at the moment, he definitely does seem like he is in sync with the ocean, playing out of his backyard. And let's see if he can make his way through. because there is some energy out the back there. It does look like we are going to see yet one more set. All right, so Bakali taking off on a wave. Big, powerful face turn. He is looking a little flat at the moment, but sometimes these are the ones that start to jack up coming down. Now he's going to speed. Just making sure he's keeping himself. A couple of little cutbacks back to the foam ball. And this is where it starts to hit that inside reef. Looks back as he actually knows that this is not going to be one of those waves that does start to give him that potential. But milking it to the end, as he has 1.5 more minutes on the clock. And Tony Chiliberto also deciding to turn around on one I can see out of the corner of my eye. And there it is, Tony Chiliberto. Let's see what this guy has here for us, as this is probably his final wave attempt. All right, Tony. Just going off the back there, unfortunately, and hands in the air. Was not too happy about that. Final minute of this first heat of round number 4 of competition. The final minute. And I can see Bakali turning around in one. Okay, going backside now. Showing a little bit of the variety. Going both ways, this rider. Interesting move. Showing the judges that he can perform both directions, but not really getting any scoring potential out of that ride. And we are approaching the final seconds of this heat. All right, so it is official. It is going to be one more time. Ali Bakali, the local Moroccan athlete, is the winner of that heat. Once again, local knowledge, proving that that is what you have to get through to the future rounds. And there is, unfortunately, that means that is going to be the end of the competition for Tony Chiliberto. And we will get a few words from Ali very soon. But before we do so, let's go to a short commercial break.
I've thought about this, I've dreamt about this. It's just been such a great experience, and I'm so stoked. No words to describe how great I'm feeling right now.
And welcome back, everybody, as we continue on with the second heat here of round number 4. But before we go to the action down here on the point, let's go down to the beach as Liam is standing with the winner of that last heat, the local Moroccan athlete, Ali Bakali. Liam, how's he doing?
I'm here now with Mohammed Ali. He's just come off the water from his heat. Mohammed, conditions today compared to yesterday, how does it feel out there? You know this place better than anyone else. Give us an insight.
I mean, it's a little bit offshore this morning, so it's a little bit tighter, harder to complete the turns. But again, knowing the sections very well, where to throw everything and when to hold and when to strike, and yeah, I mean,
lots of training is paying off, definitely.
No, for sure. Well, you're through to another round. Just in that heat there, with sort of your two best scores came towards the end of the heat. Was it going through your mind? Did you know that you needed to get those two waves? Did it feel a little bit iffy at the start of the heat and then you got into the swing of things towards the end, or was it just a matter of the right waves came at the right time?
No, I think I always start my my heat with simple waves just to get some little bit of score, backup score, and then wait for the big sets. This is where you make most of the points.
Yeah, well, definitely. We're looking at the scoreboard. You're one of the riders that does, have a lot of scores on the board. So you're clearly catching good waves. But great, best of luck in the next round. We look forward to seeing you in the water again. And Joe, we head back to you.
Thanks, mate.
Thanks a lot, Liam. Yeah, great to see Ali there. It is a little bit more offshore, and we can see that with the way these riders are hitting the wave. They're having to get that quite low to make sure that they can stay connected to the face. And now we are going to be moving on as we have the second round of this competition. We have the second round of round number 4. And just waiting to see those athletes make it out onto the water as we have some action out there. Let's have a little look of which athletes are going to be coming up next. Okay, so we have Clément Rocheleau and Camille Delanois, both French athletes out there on the water as they start their heat number 2 of round number 4 of the competition. Waves are a little smaller at the moment, but the forecasters say that they will come up with the push of the tide. High tide is at 2:30, so it is now just a little under 12 o'clock local time. So I reckon we're going to start to see some of the waves pushing. As the tide is higher, they do start to connect all the way from the back. This middle section, as a few of the riders were saying, is where they do have more scoring potential because it is a little bit more hollow. But just waiting to see what is going to be happening out there. Clément Rocheleau, a very talented waterman, has a background in longboard surfing and also second in the French national SUP waves this year, going just behind another Frenchman, Benoit Carpentier. And then we have out the back is Camille Delanois, one of the veterans of our tour. And here we can see him looking like he's aiming to try and get in on one of these set waves. Camille Delanois dropping in. Abre plano. There we have him, all right. Flying down, a good first turn. Now he's going to get past this section. Needs to speed it. Judges obviously going to take some from there. A little bit of a wall ride. Foam ball there, making his way back. And now this is where the wave does flatten out. So as you can see, this wave had potential scoring power, but judges are going to be deducting because if he did not have a kite, he would not be surfing this wave anymore. So that definitely does make a difference if you want to get those high scores. So Camille Delanois, a couple of turns on that wave, as he is at the moment in second position, but that is going to be his first score coming our way. And Clément making his way back out. So a 1.70 there for that one. So obviously the judges giving him quite a low score. And I can see out of the corner of my booth that Clément is dropping on a wave. As it looks like we have him starting to get ready. There he is. Coming down backside. Let's see what he has here for us. First hit right off the top. Another nice and connecting all the way down. Now he's starting to break to see if he can continue on the wave. Here he is, backside turn, nice and vertical, releasing the tail off the top there. And this wave is looking very nice. Another big hack there. This is going to be a very good score for the Frenchman, as this wave is starting also to open up on this bottom section. Trying to get a little bit of a shampoo there. But obviously he had his shower this morning already. So there it is, a good ride there for the Frenchman. as he has a 3.16 total at the moment, and that is definitely going to increase after that last ride. Okay, and here we have Camille Delanois from France dropping in, starting to get a first wave. Comes down. This is starting to form. Let's see what the young Frenchman has for us. All right, starting to connect. Bottom turn. Shebang off the top. Not going quite as vertical as the judges are going to want to see at the moment. And a 5.53 for that last wave from Clement. And Camille just not quite having the best wave selection out there at the minute. And hopefully there is still loads of time to go. He's going to be making his way back out to the point break to see if he can pick up on yet another set. All right, so we're at that middle point of the heat as we can see both the athletes all the way out the back starting to make their way off to that right-hand point break that is at West Point. Day number 2 here of the GKA Kite World Cup. Dakhla, Morocco here on the beautiful Western Sahara. And conditions have been very nice to us at the moment. Yesterday we had a full action-packed day where we can see the Brazilians are here to draw blood because they are on fire. And at the moment we have 2 French athletes out on the water, Clement Rosselló and Camille Delanois, battling it out because the athlete that loses this heat will be packing his bags a little bit more early than expected. Okay, so it looks like, yes, that is Camille Delanois. No, excuse me, a little bit too far out there for us to be able to see. So that is Camille Delanois starting to drop in. And unfortunately, this wave is very flat out there for him, still yet to connect a turn. That's a first good turn there for the young Frenchman. Goes in, check, turn back. Getting back to the power area of the wave. Okay, another check turn, making sure he knows how close he is to the foam ball. This is where that section, he can get another one. Big, nice, and then that tail loose on that one. Gaining speed one more time. Joining it together. This is definitely a better ride here from Camille. He likes what he sees. This is where he has to, okay, he's going a little bit further forward. Judges not going to quite like that because he would have not made it without the kite. But still connecting 4 or 5 decent turns, the young Frenchman. And here we have him. And Clement here, backside going up, as he is your current leader. Just waiting for that last ride from Camille to come in. 3.0. All right, 4.80 for that last ride from Camille. So he is now in the driving seat, just overtaking Clement. But very close in between these 2 athletes. As there's 5 minutes, and it does look like the sets are starting to come in a little quicker. And hopefully we'll be able to see a couple more blows there from our athletes. And as at the moment in position, we can see Clement Rosselló, and making his way back up is Camille Delanois, but Clement has priority. And just approaching the final third of this heat. Heat number 2, round number 4, day 2 here in Dakhla. Elimination round. Let's not forget, as of now, everything is going to be on a man-to-man format, meaning that there will only be 2 athletes out there on the water. And whoever wins their heat continues in the competition. Whoever doesn't gets kicked out. So everybody has to put all of the meat on the barbie if they want to be taking this home. As the best of the best athletes down here in Morocco, trying to get the crown jewels here of the desert. Let's not forget, last year we had Edson Cosolino, our champion. And together was Capucine Delanois and Marcela Witt on the ladies' side, as we will see the girls coming into competition today. Here we can see Clement one more time eyeing up this section, as it does look like it's starting to make something. Let's not forget, this guy has a very big surfing background and has regained the lead with a backup score of a 2.87. Ah, beautiful bottom turn, connecting, just unfortunately getting kicked off there. I really like how he drives through the fins, opens up his shoulders and throws it down. There we have our athlete pushing away. And here he is. Looks like he's decided to go off on one on the inside. So we've got synchronized surfing there. We can see at the back, Camille starting to pull off. Round number 2. Now let's see. Okay, this is a better section. Gets it off. Once again, making sure that he stays close to the power section of the wave. Nice and smooth, fluid turns here at the moment. Looking to improve over his backup score of a 3.0. He needs a 4.34 if he wants to regain that lead. And this wave has opened up very nicely for the young Frenchman. And let's see what the judges thought of that. There was a couple of nice turns in there. But it is Clement Rosselló in the lead with a 9.0 total score. As we approach the 2-minute mark, both of the athletes already pretty much in position. And let's see if there's going to be enough time. I don't think so, as we already just saw one set come through, and sets are about 6 to 7 minutes at the moment. But hey, Mother Nature is boss. You never know as it stands. Camille Delanois has done enough to take that first position with a 9.27 total with that last wave, scoring a 4.60. So now Clement is in the pressure point, as he needs a 3.5 if he wants to be making his way through to the next round, as this is round 4 of competition. 3.5 is the name of the game there for Clement. Let's see if he can pull it off as we approach the final minute. Camille getting a nice little wave in there just before. Has he done enough? We will soon find out. .30 seconds left on the clock. 30 seconds. Clement needs that 3.5 if he wants to be able to make him through to the next round. Camille just sneaking one in there right before. Is he going to be able to? I'm going to look out the corner of my booth so I can see both of the riders. There does look like there's something out there. Who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? And I do wonder if this wave is going to count because he is on the bump from what I can see out there. And here we can see Camille Delanoy also out there. So just waiting for official results to come in as both of these athletes making their way down. But I do wonder who is going to be making their way through to the next round. We will get that information very shortly. But while we do, let's take a short commercial break.
I've thought about this, I've dreamt about this. It's just been such a great experience and I'm so stoked. No words to describe how great I'm feeling right now.
Full day of action here at the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup Dakhla 2022, and waves are definitely back on the agenda as 41 male and female riders from 15 countries assembled to battle it out here in Morocco. The long wait for wave action was worth it, especially for the Brazilians who dominated most of the day. Soon after, Gabriel Benetton stepped up in Heat 1 of Round 1, the Brazilian aiming to uniquely reach his third GKA final in only his third ever competition.
Yeah, first time here in Morocco, the conditions are just incredible. I was out like on an 11-meter kite. The wind is perfect, the waves are bumping, and yeah, stoked to make my first heat.
Is Gabriel absolutely stoked? We'll see him later on in the day, but for now, we move on to the next heat.
Also finding the conditions in his favour was the 4 times Brazilian kite wave champion Artur Moraes, who advanced impressively from round 1.
West Point local legend Mohammed Ali Bakali saw his years of riding development paying off today, commentating that the conditions rarely are as good as it gets here on the first real swell of the season. Rio de Janeiro Pedro Matos joined the Brazilian party next with a super tight demonstration of in-the-pocket riding, but the contest really lit up when Sebastian Ribiero entered the competition in round 3, signaling the quality to come in the later rounds. As the waves peaked, the Brazilian ex-QS surfer demonstrated an impeccable wave selection, scoring a 9.0 for the longest and most dynamic wave ride of the day.
My legs are burning, the wave is so long. I've been the whole day just watching all the hits. Super excited to go on the water. Finally I had my chance to grab some of these awesome waves. And yeah, super stoked. I think I did 2 good scores and yeah, ready for the next one.
Later in round 3, for those famous dreadlocks removed but still never to be outdone, Ayrton Cosolino, often impossibly looking hacks and hits, gave him the highest opening wave score of a heat, pitching him nicely in amongst the Brazilians. We are poised for an incredible climax to this event with even better wind and waves coming up in the forecast for West Point. Plus, look out for the first appearance of the current world champion James Carew, and the women will get their campaign underway. So don't miss out and tune in for day 2 of the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup Dakhla.
And welcome back, everybody, as we continue on with round number 4. Out on the water, we have 2 youngsters. We have Charlie Martin from the Reunion is up against Yaris Del Olmo from Italy. Both of these boys are younger riders. Some of the rookies coming here onto the tour. Yaris, a very talented strapless freestyler, and also backside here for him in the waves. Saw some very nice turns from him yesterday. And he is up against Charlie Martin. Charlie comes from the Reunion Island, and he actually has a surfing background. So going to be interesting to see how out of these 2 athletes are going to be performing out there, because at the moment it does look like Charlie has the upper hand, but quite close in between the 2 of them. Let's not forget 15 minutes of action, and they have 12 ways to pick off, and the top 2 scores are the ones that are either going to kick them out or keep them in the World Championship. The tide is pushing up, as we have high tide will be at 2:30 in the afternoon. So we should start to see some more sets pushing through our way. I will say it's taken a little less time in between sets, so I think that's probably a good reason. And looking on the screen there, it looks like we're going to start to see some motion in the ocean, as I can see Charlie Martin from the Reunion. Big shout out to everybody from the Reunion watching us here. And here we have him starting to drop in. Let's see what the young athlete has for us. Couple of little check turns here. Just not a lot of power, not a lot of speed in this wave. Moving that drifter around like no tomorrow. As his backup score is a 0.5. So he's definitely going to be improving on that one, but still a little bit of the old handbrake turn. Just let the tail loose mid-face. Judges are going to look for a little bit more verticality. That's better. Nice and fluid there through that section. Smaller wave, but he is riding this all the way from the outside to the inside and just getting pulled off there. You can see the offshore conditions. But that is definitely going to improve on his 0.5, so he is definitely going to be happy about that. Sebastian Ribiero coming in first position yesterday as he got the highest scores. And here we have Yaris de Olmo with a very nice open backside turn there to open off his wave as he is looking to improve on both of his scores with low numbers at the moment, but still more than half of the heat time left. Really, wave selection is proving to be crucial here in Dakhla. If you are able to pick off the ones that will have the top, middle and bottom section all connected, the judges are going to be rewarding you the high scores out there. But at the moment, some of the highest scores we've seen are just above the 6.0 average. And yesterday we saw 7, 8s and 9s. So let's see as this day number 2 starts to come in, and there definitely is more energy out there in the ocean as this tide is pushing up. We're starting to see bigger set waves, more consistent waves coming through this right-hand point break. Now it is time. We're getting to that point where we're going to start to separate the boys from the men. And let's not forget the girls are going to be coming here in the water. I'll tell you one thing, there is a few ladies that could be showing some of these boys some moves. And now we're here halfway through the heat. Yanis de Olmo. One more time, the Italian athlete on the wave. So he has a 2.73. And he would need a 4.33 if he wants to take the lead. And Yanis completing yet another ride all the way down. Judges are going to like what they see. And Charlie still in the lead with a 7.06. And we can see him all the way up the top, just waiting for that set to come through, as he knows he has a small backup score. So he's going to want to increase on that to be a little bit safer. Because let's not forget, whoever is eliminated out of this round, from now on, everything is mano on mano. Men-to-men heats. Meaning that whoever loses will be leaving the competition and packing his bags definitely earlier than he would want to. We can see our competition area. This is that right-hand point break up on the corner there. We can see all the riders with their kites already. As the tide comes in, the riders will have to come a little bit further down. And that is the West Point Hotel there on the point, our official partner for this event. Year after year, we've come back here, and these are some of the best conditions we've seen yet. Had great waves yesterday, and there are some very solid sets coming through. So hopefully we'll be able to see some more action out there, as this is a little low in this heat. But it is Charlie Martin from the Reunion in first position. But already Yanis has upped the gain, and he needs just above a 3.5 to take the lead. So no one's safe out there, as 3-point rides are pretty common to get out. And here we can see Charlie. Oh, we got 2 set waves. Both of these guys starting to engage. Little bit of a flat place turn out the back there for Yanis de Olmo. Charlie Martin. Boom! A big hack. Can he put it together? No. Goes over his front foot. Falling off of his board there. That is a shame, because that wave did look like it had scoring potential. And Yanis also making his way and looking like he's going to start to try and go on another wave. Selection is key out there, especially in these heats where the waves are a little lower. You really have to make sure you take off on a good one, because that could be the only opportunity you have to score. Charlie trying to do an air there, but just unfortunately losing the board out of his hands. And there we can see some right-handers start to filter their way through as we approach 3 minutes left in this heat. Can see some of the athletes starting to prepare themselves a little bit more over up on the top there, as we are waiting to see who is going to get one more wave as we approach the final 2.5 minutes of this heat. Round number 4, heat number 3. The young reunion athlete Charlie Martin versus Giannis Delormo from Italy. And at the moment, it is Charlie who has the lead. And it does look like, if I'm not mistaken, I can see out of the corner of our booth, which is pretty much exactly the same image that you guys and girls have back at home here on the stream. It does look like there is some energy happening out the back. So I reckon we might be lucky and we might be seeing one more set before we hit the buzzer on this heat. I can see Charlie turning around. That does look like also there might be a change there for the Italian athletes. So there it is, Charlie Martin looking like he's going to try. There we can see Yaris. Hopefully we'll be able to get a replay of that last wave, as this could be the one that makes the difference. He only needs a 3.57, so it is more than possible. So waiting to see what the score for that last wave from Yanis was. And has it been enough to take him through to the next round? We will soon find out. And Charlie dropping in for the final time of this heat. One of the things I love about Charlie is his rail-to-rail surfing. When he does link it, you can see he just goes rail, rail. Has such a powerful and fluid style. But he is definitely going to have to up his game if he wants to have a chance up against the bad boys, because pretty much 15, 13s, 14s is about the average of the highest scoring athletes out there at the moment. And there it is. It's official. It is official. It does look like Charlie Martin will be making his way through to the next round. Let's have a little look at some of the highlights of that heat. And a good finisher there, but going over his front edge, Charlie Martin. Let's have a look at those highlights. And welcome back, everybody. There we could see some of the highlights from that last heat. But we are going to go down to the beach with Liam because he's standing there with the heat winner, Charlie Martin.
Okay, so I'm down here on the beach, joined by Charlie. In we come, mate. Well done, you're through to the next one. 17 years old. How does it feel to be out here, Morocco, competing with everyone else on the tour?
It's difficult because no waves, waves period. Yeah, difficult.
Yeah, difficult with the wave period, difficult conditions. Are you looking forward to the next round? Excited?
I don't know.
No. So we've got a slight language barrier there, but no, he's stoked. He's super happy to be through to the next round. And Joe, we're going to head back to you on the live stream.
Thank you, Liam. Yeah, Charlie, go, go, go. Quite a shy athlete, but I know this boy, as soon as he gets out there on the water, he is going to be shouting all volume blazing. Next up, we have Nikola Abadiev up against Monique Maggi in this round number 4. So let's see how this heat is going to go, because it does look like the tide is getting to that sweet spot. And hopefully we'll be able to see some better conditions coming our way. There's been a bit of a lull at this beginning part in the middle. And let's see what is going to be happening coming up now. All right, so let's get this show on a roll. So we have Nikola Abadiev is up against Mali. Let's see who is going to be making it through. Nikola is one of my favorite athletes. He has such a laid-back, chilled style. I remember the first time he came over here to Dakhla. And at that moment, one of our judges, Paulino Pereira, was the man to beat on tour. And Nikola Abadiev, straight off the back, rookie, coming out of nowhere. None of us knew him. Only lost by 0.01 of a point. And he put on one hell of a show and pretty much made his mark on the competition scene. Now, of course, he is one of the veterans and throws down, but we're going to have to see who is going to be making their way through, as this is an elimination round possibility. All right, so here we have Maggi all the way up on the right-hand side, starting to put off one of the waves very far up on the point. So obviously the local athlete knows where to pick them together. And here we can see him starting to link a few turns together for this first wave of his heat. And all the way down, this wave is actually proving to be a good connection wave. This could be a very nice score for him, and what a way to open up against Nikola Abadiev, who's still waiting for another wave to come his way. And Maggi linking some moves together. And let's see who is going to be getting the highest score out of there and just losing it there at the end. But all the way from the back, a very good wave there from the local Moroccan athlete. And let's see who is going to be engaging on the next set. But it was the Moroccan there. Let's see what kind of numbers are going to be coming up for him. Just waiting for scores to be confirmed. Monique Maggi. And out there, all the way out the back, that is Nikola Abadiev, and it looks like he has some motion next to him as he is going to be dropping in on his first wave of his heat. Deciding against it there. Patience is a virtue. And he is just chilling and waiting to see if he can have some action coming his way. It's a little bit slow out there at the moment. Sets are quite far and few between. And we can see that it is a little bit low on the old wave size. Boom! Okay, synchronized surfing. Here we have. You see what I say about that style about Nicola? Just those little details. Maggi here in the front. Another open face turn. Letting the fins loose, even though it was quite far out on the shoulder. Still mixing it up. He is starting to throw some things together. Going over the front edge there. Going down. But Nicola is still on at that wave. A little bit too far under the lip on that one. Is he going to be able to make it down past the foam ball? No, he isn't. Still got a couple of decent turns there on that one. And a little bit of a big finisher here on the end. Let's see what the judges give to him there, because at the moment it is Maggi with a 4.83 plus the score that will come in for that last wave. And a 3.97 there for Nicola. And a 5.37 there for Maggi. The young Moroccan athlete is starting to drop the hammer. And already as we just go past that 10-minute mark left on the heat, he is already in first position. Maggi making sure he keeps himself busy out there. But now here we have Nicola looking like this is probably the first decent wave he's been able to take off on, as he has a 3.93. Forming up nicely. Good timing, letting loose there just at the right moment. Now this is where the wave flattens off, but it is opening up a little bit in front of him. I reckon this could start to look like a nice wave. He's going to have to speed up off the top. Okay, now check back turned to the cutback area. Oh, just unfortunately hopping off at the top there. Not what he wanted. Now he's going to have to go back out to the point to see if he can pick off yet another set wave, as that is definitely not going to be a score he's looking for with a 2.80, but still he would be needing a 6.27 if he wants to take the lead, as Maggi is starting to put the work in early over here. Round number 4, heat number 4 of the Qatar Airways GK Kite World Tour here in the kite surf discipline, Dakhla, Morocco. Maggi is just really picking off a lot of these good long rides. Keeping it smooth, keeping it powerful all the way down. And really has a very good kite position as well, making sure that that kite is right on there. And a big shebang there from him on this bottom to mid section. Looking to improve over a 4.83. And, oh, just losing it there at the end of that wave. But the Moroccan rider really is hungry. As let's not forget, the winner of this heat will be making it through to round number 5, and the loser will be going home. And this young man does definitely want to be out of the competition yet. And he's digging deep, deep, deep to get those scores. And so far doing very well with 10.20 total average as we just approach the 6-minute mark. And we can see both our athletes all the way up the top there, waiting for some waves to be coming their way. And I can see both of them starting to power towards the West Point Hotel, meaning that they probably can start to see some energy, because I can see some white water all the way out the back. Let's get a little closer, cameraman, and see what is happening out there. And here we can see Nicola dropping in on a wave. First good turn. Stays with the phone, making sure he has the power of the face. Unfortunately, picking off one of the flatter waves out there. This one is definitely not doing much. Looking to improve on his scores. But is this wave, does this wave has potential? Here he goes. Okay, obviously he thinks it does. First check turn, a little bit of a white wall. All right, lets the fins loose. Right on that one, comes all the way down. And deciding against it. Yeah, that wave didn't really look like it had much from the beginning. Sometimes you have to roll the dice and try and go with it. Just approaching the 3-minute mark of this heat. And at the moment, it is the local athlete, Maggi. Okay, so Nicola improved for a 4.37. But needs a 5.83 if he wants to be taking the lead in this heat. Maggi putting in the work nice and early. And as we approach the final 3 minutes, let's see if another set will be coming their way. And 2 minutes, and we can see it looks like there's some white water starting to approach up the top. And also, let's not forget, I can see some of the athletes getting ready for their next heat. Let's have a little look and see who is going to be coming up next. So up next, we are going to have, in the next heat here of round number 3. So round number 4 on the water. we will have Francesco Capuzzo going up against Kiko Roy. Italy versus Spain. Kiko more known for his strapless freestyle skills, coming out of Valencia, living in Tarifa. The young promise of the Air Rush kiteboarding team. And now let's see how he performs here in Dakhla, as he is up against a very experienced rider, Francesco Capuzzo, who has been on the podium at wave events multiple times on the World Tour, and has also been an Italian wave champion various times. But as we stand out there at the moment, there's 1 minute left on the clock. Let's see who is going to get on one of these set waves, because it does look like we have a wave coming. So let's have a look. Nicola needs a 5.83. And there we can see the bird's eye view. That white RRD starting to come towards you. 30 seconds. And there is a set, so we are going to see a little bit more action before the end of this heat. Nicola needing a big score if he wants to stay alive in this contest. The ocean's giving him some love. Let's see if he can put it together, because Maggi is there in the background as well. So Nicola, first little check turn. So Nicola's wave, this is going to count. He has to milk this like no tomorrow if he wants to stay alive here in Dakhla. The Bulgarian, all right. Starting to drop in on this bottom section. Check turn number 1, back to the white foam ball. Here he goes, check number turn. A little bit of a foam roll. Off again, big, letting that tail loose. Nice and low, keeping that board on the wave. And this is going to be opening up here on the bottom section as well. Needing a big score if he wants to make this happen. And he's trying to milk it all the way to the end, but it just really isn't opening up for him. And I don't think that is going to be enough. I honestly don't think it's going to be enough. Even though he is coming all the way down here to the bottom, I do not think that is going to be enough there from Nicola Abdadjiev. So we are waiting for confirmation on those scores as that heat is over. Next up, we have Francesco Capuzzo and Kiko Royce, El Anguila. But before we do so, why don't we have a little look at the highlights from that last heat?
Okay, so I'm down here with not one but two of our surf athletes. We're just going to recap on the previous heat with Yaris, who did a little buzzer beater and managed to get through. Yaris, talk to us about that heat. How did you find it? The conditions out there seem to be challenging for some riders, but for you, you look really comfortable out there. You've got that final score. How are you feeling?
Feeling pretty good. I did a good heat. I made it with the last wave. The wind is pretty sketchy. It's a bit offshore, but I made it to round 5 and I'm good. I'm pretty happy.
Well, that's great. So round 5, we look forward to seeing you there. Good luck. Morning, in you come. Your good partner Mohammed is obviously in the competition. He says a lot about the local knowledge here and how good it is to have this as a home sport. It's obviously your home sport. How do you feel to have, you know, the GKA come here, have an event, you know, in your back door? You must be pretty excited that you can be here, compete with the rest of the world.
Yeah, man. Yeah, the condition was really good, and to ride this heat, it was super. I was stuck against Nicola, you know, because last year I was doing with the GKA like since 2018, since the start, and yeah, I'm really excited. Really
well, look,
happy,
it's great to have both, you know, the local guys and Moroccans in the competition. We're all excited to see what you bring in your next heats. Good luck, and we look forward to it. Joe, we go back.
I've thought about this, I've dreamt about this. It's just been such a great experience, and I'm so stoked. No words to describe how great I'm feeling right now.
And welcome back, everybody, to the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup here in Dakhla, Morocco. Out on the water, we have two athletes. On the left, Francesco Capuzzo from Italy is going up against Kiko Roy El Anguila from Spain. Francesco Capuzzo, a very talented waterman. He competes on the world tours of windsurfing, wing foiling, and kite surfing. A very complete athlete out there. But he is up against Kiko Roy, the young talent from the Aero Skateboarding team coming out of Spain, living out of my hometown of Tarifa, who has a big strapless freestyle background and has been training a lot in the waves. But I'm looking forward to see how he pulls off here. As let's not forget, he is up against a very talented wave rider, Francesco Capuzzo. So a 5.0 already on the cards there for Francesco. And it looks like the waves are starting to land here in Dakhla. And Francesco is starting to make the most of this bottom section. And goes up. All right. Check turn here. This is looking like it's opening up very nicely. Turn number 2. Not going quite as vertical, but still keeping the speed and making sure he can make his way all the way down. And deciding against that here on the bottom. So Kiko is going to have priority, and he is all the way up the top of the corner of the competition area. But he already needs over a 3.7 if he wants to take the lead of this heat. But early days, as if you were just joining us, welcome to Morocco for the GK Kite-Surf World Cup. And look at the beautiful bird's eye view we have there. So, linking in on one more turn. Here we have El Anguila. Dale duro, mi torito. Keeping himself close to that impact zone. Good timing here from Kiko. Starting to link some moves together. This is when the wave's going to start to open up for him. It's opened up nicely. Big hat. Can he keep it on? Yes, he does. Oh! Just unfortunately going over the top. That was a very nice turn there for him. And let's have a little look at the replay of that. As you can see, got it off, but just a little bit too got caught up in the foam ball. And went down. Waves are definitely starting to filter through a little bit more now. As the action is starting to increasing, because we are here for heat number 5, round number 4 of the competition. Javi, te oigo. And a beauty shot there. Francesco Capuzzo starting to make his way back. Right in front there, you can see the West Point Hotel, where, as I mentioned yesterday, we can pretty much watch the competition from the shower, as those rooms are right on the water's edge. And there's no better music to go and have a snooze and get to sleep than the sound of the ocean. And West Point has all of the perks when it comes for a surfing location. Just look at that bird's eye view. There it is. So Francesco trying to find a set wave, as he is in the lead at the moment with a 8.03. And Kike there with a 4.84, so he's going to have to start to up his game if he wants to have a chance out at the Italian. Francesco Capuzzo dropping in. Let's see what the young Italian rider has for us. Switching to front side so he can get a little bit more speed. Okay. Check turn number 1 and releasing a nice amount of water off of the top there. Here he goes. Good timing there. This wave is opening up very nicely in front of him. He's going to make it up and straight on the money. Just losing it there off the top. As you get further down the beach, it does go more offshore. And either they have the kite right pretty much on the water, or it's very hard for them to be able to get those moves down when you are riding backside. And here we have Kike already starting off on a wave and going to have to try and get past this section if he wants to be able to hit it. And just not quite timing it right there, just a little bit of a second late, meaning that the wave gave him a spanking. And down he goes with the Mermaids. Francesco Capuzzo, I can see out of the corner of my booth, starting to go on a wave. Here we have him front and center. Looking to improve on that backup score for 3.53. Waves are definitely starting to get better here in Dakhla. Going down the line. 2 nice little check turns. Right in the pocket, not quite making it all the way up the face, and there you can see it closing out for him. Francesco Capuzzo, the RRD rider from Italy. And I can see Kike, the Spanish athlete, making his way all the way back up to the top as they are just coming under the 5-minute mark. 5 minutes left. And let's see, as Kike needs a 5.86 at the moment if he wants to take the win. So it is close out there, but Kike is going to have to pull out the goods and hopefully have one set wave and perform. We will soon find out, as it is the final third of this heat. Okay, so Kiko looks like he's seen something because I can see him, Speedy Gonzalez, like flash across the water. Lightning coming our way. Let's see if the young Spaniard, he is looking like this is going to be a very nice set wave. Adjusting his kite slightly as it is starting to hit the point. Let's see. Kiko Roy dropping in as he is going to engage on another wave here. Here he comes. All right, lining up. Getting caught up on the gust there, almost losing that one completely. Oh, a little bit of a wobble, little bit of a wiggle. As you can see, this wave has flattened out ever so much. He's really going to have to make sure this bottom section works for him for it to be worth his while to come all the way down to the ends. Another foam ride there, still not connecting. A good turn on the face as the face really isn't lifting up. He is putting all of his bacon out on that one. Good hack there from the young Spaniards, but still a one-hit wonder. I definitely don't think that's going to be enough for him to take first position, so he's going to go back out and see if he can get another set wave as we're starting to close down. 2.5 minutes on the old ticker. Is that going to be enough? Risky move there from the Spaniard. And a little bit under 2 minutes left, where both of the guys are already back up on the point, but it doesn't look like there's a set coming their way. About 7 minutes in between sets at the moment. We're seeing 2 to maybe sometimes lucky athletes with 3 sets in their heat. And there on your screen, Kiko Roy from Spain, currently in second position. Elimination round out there. Dale, Torito, busca, busca, busca. But Francesco Capuzzo putting the work in early. Such an experienced athlete, this young man. Throwing down again in a 5.0 early on in the game has given him a little bit more of a secured position. As we close in on the final minute of this heat. Let's see if we can see more waves coming our way. And will they have another chance to see who can make it through? Round number 4. I'm hearing a little birdie tell me that it looks like we're going to be going over to the ladies as well after this round. I will confirm that as soon as I have that information, but that is the word on the street at the moment. And here he is, Francesco Capuzzo. Dropping in. Big first backside hack. Linking it up again, keeping the speed, keeping the flow. There he goes. All right, check turn there. As we start to go. The final seconds of this heat. And that is going to be it, as Kiko is not on another wave. So it is official. Francesco Capuzzo is the winner of that heat. And congratulations and a round of applause to Kiko Roy. Unfortunately, not quite enough. As we continue on now, as we have round number 4 out there on the water. Let's have a little look of the highlights of that last heat.
Okay, so I'm down here on the beach with the heat winner Francesco Capuzzo. Francesco, we see you on multiple world tours. You're on the wing tour, you're now here in Dakhla, a complete athlete. And just give us a little discussion about how that heat played out for you. How did you find the conditions out there?
Well, yeah, as you said, I'm jumping from one sport to another one, but I think it is one of the most fun things to do. I love to stay in the water. And actually, here, a bit challenging for me because it was 1 year without any competition in kite-surf. So yesterday I was a bit struggling to find my rhythm. Today I'm slowly getting there. I'm not still happy about my performance, but I'm stoked to make it. And then hopefully in the next round I can prove who I am again.
No, exactly that. And as for the actual wave itself today, you obviously competed yesterday, a little bit disappointed in how it went for yourself. The wave today, where are you finding where you can score, the best, get the most turns on? Is it that middle section at the moment, or is it slightly different out there?
Well, today the wind is slightly a bit offshore, so for me backside is a bit hard, especially on the inside part, because then there the wind really turn offshore and it's a kind of a close out. Yeah. So let's say the front side rider a bit have an advantage, but I feel that on the outside part I can do my best, and then there I really can perform. So I'm trying to always look a wave fully out there, trying to maximize the outside section, 2-3 turns there, connecting with the middle section and trying to finish it the best way I can.
Well, look, you've got the experience. We love seeing you here in Dakhla. Good luck in the rest of the competition. Get some rest and we'll see you later on this afternoon.
Thank you very much. And thanks everybody watching from home, my girlfriend, my family, everybody. And yeah, see you in the next round. Ciao.
There we go. All athletes, Francesco especially, super excited. Joe, let's get back onto the water and see what's happening.
Francesco, you forgot to say your dog Nacho. He also is very happy for you to be making your way through to the next round. And out there one more time now, we have two big names. Luke Millard, the veteran out of Australia, is going up against Arsenio Diaz Cunha out there on the water. Let's see how these two boys throw down as we are continuing on with round number 4. And this is elimination zone of the contest. So Luke Millard is in the front with the Ocean Rodeo kite. Arsenio Diaz in the back with the RRD kite. Your top two athletes here in this heat. And now let's see who is going to be able to stay alive in the competition, as we are now in round number 4, elimination round. And it is going to be Luke out there with a quad fin board. Let's not forget this guy shapes his own boards. As the waves are a little flatter, maybe that will be able to give him that little bit more of a float. We will soon find out. Let's see how that's pulling for him. Nice turn off the top, making sure he lands back onto the white water. Good amount of power. One more time. Here it is. That's flat section. This is where he's going to power his way down, and it starts to open up. Good timing here from the Australian, hitting the wave pretty much in the sweet spot on most of his turns, and all the way down to the bottom with a nice finisher. Good opener there for Luke Millard. What a way to start off the heat. And now let's have a look, as it looks like Arsenio Diaz is also started to drop in on a wave. Big hack there for Arsenio. Oh, but unfortunately going down. It is hard for the backside riders. Sometimes they get caught off and they can't go as fast to be able to get past those sections. There are quite some closed-out sections that you have to be on a time and make sure that you can get past them to be able to advance through. And there it is, 4.27 for Luke, and just waiting for some numbers to come up there for Arsenio Diaz. And both of the riders making their way back here in to the drop zone. And Luke one more time finding a little nugget here to see if he can start to get some scores. He is in the lead at the moment. Arsenio with a 3-3-3. And after this round number 4, we will be going over to the ladies as we will start off with the women's competition. And a beautiful turn there from Luke. Looks like that quad really is working out for him. A little bit of old retro style, has a bit more volume to him, which, to be honest, with these flatter waves is probably a good idea. But sometimes with those bigger boards, you do have to be careful, because when you want to really power turn them around, you have to know how to release those fins to be able to do so. But hey, you know, the best of the best guys here, the best riders in the world are throwing down in Dakhla. And we are going to have to see who is going to be our champions. We are pushing through the competition today. Waves are still looking good for tomorrow, so I reckon we'll be finishing off the main discipline of the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup Dakhla tomorrow. But so far, conditions are good. Waves are picking up as that tide is starting to reach its sweet spot. 2:30 is going to be high tide, and then it will start to go down again. Let's see what action is coming our way. As on your screen at the moment, we have Luke Millard and Arsenio Diaz, with Millard in the lead. And there we can see the beautiful bird's eye view of our competition area. There, front and center on your screen, just coming in there with the Ocean Rodeo. That is Luke Millard, your current leader of this heat. And further out the back with the RRD, that is Arsenio Diaz. And look at those images there. Arsenio eyeing up as it looks like a wave is starting to form in front of him. From here we can see him dropping in. All right, engaging. First turn. Boom, right on the money, right in the sweet spot there. There those dreadlocks fly. Turn number 2, little check turn just on the foam board, making sure that he stays in the wave, but going off the back, unfortunately. And here we have Luke, keeping himself a little bit busier. Out there. Already has 2 scores on the cards. And Arsenio just waiting for a second score to be dropped. He is going to need a 5.04 if he wants to be taking the win, or taking the lead so far, as we are now just past halfway through this heat. After round number 4 of the competition, we will be going into 18-minute heats to see the best action out of here from our gladiators here at the Coliseum that we call West Point. And here we can see Millard dropping in on yet another wave. See what he can do with this one. 2 good turns, keeps the speed. This is that section where you have to get past. Nice timing, right in the sweet spot. Flattens off a bit, and this is when they start to fly through down to the bottom. Good wave, air dropping in. Can he get another turn here? It is. As this could be a good finisher if he can link it together. A little bit of a foam climb there. but a few decent turns there as he is looking to improve over 4.0 for his backup score. Arsenio Diaz currently with a 6.26. And here we can see Millard making his way back out. Has that been more than a 4? We will soon find out. There always is something about drone footage. It just makes it look way more beautiful out there. I can see the girls starting to get ready as after this round number 4, we will be changing over to the ladies. Let's have a little look who is going to be coming up in those rounds. So at the moment, we still have 2 more heats left of round number 4. And then we will change over to the women, which the first heat will be in between. Zoe Brazila from France, Amieke Kruit from the Netherlands, and Frances Kelly from Canada. Coming back on tour, it's great to see Frances here one more time. Been a couple of years since we've seen her at a competition, and good to have the family back together. So Zoe Brazila, Amieke Kruit, and Frances Kelly are your next 3 women athletes that will be coming after this round at number 4. Arsenio, one more time, he is looking as he knows he needs a bigger score if he wants to be able to continue alive in this competition. And there we can see both of the athletes making their way and kind of hovering in front of the West Point Hotel. And just look at that view. All right, it looks like Luke is going to be dropping in as we're just a little bit over 2 minutes left of this heat. He is your current leader. But this wave is definitely flattened out. Let's see if he can milk it. And if this is going to reform on the bottom. No, he's decided against that one. As he knows it's close, he doesn't want to risk it. And that Arsenio can pick up on another one. So it's back out to the drawing board and restart. And 1.5 minutes left. 1.5 minutes left. With your leader, Luke Millard. And Arsenio in pursuit of that 5.57 to be able to come through and continue alive in this competition. There he is, the Cape Verdean, powering his way back out. And hopefully he can get himself back into position as it is the final minute of this heat. And Arsenio needs a big number if he wants to stay alive. I can't see too much action out there. It definitely doesn't look like there's a set coming our way. But hey, you know what it is in these kind of situations. Mother Nature is boss. And I know Arsenio's going to be doing a wave dance, a wind dance, praying to it, whatever and whoever out there, as he needs to get this score if he wants to stay alive. And you can see him just circling out there, hoping for a little nugget to come his way. But so far, I can see out of the corner of my booth, it looks like something is forming. Question is will he be able to grab it in time for it to be counted? As I can see him out the back there on a wave. We'll have to find out in the final 8 seconds. And Luke deciding to take it off on another wave to make sure and see if he can improve on his. There's the buzzer. And I do think Arsenio is also on a wave. So here we can have the surf of these final 2 athletes. Let's not forget, if they are on the bump before the buzzer, that wave will count. And let's have a look at Arsenio Diaz. There it is, starting to engage. Okay, turn number 1. A little bit of a check, Tate and Burt. This wave is opening up very nicely. Here we have the bird's eye view. Now it's time to fly down and go all the way. Big hack. Oh, just going over there. That is definitely going to be unfortunate because he could have had a scoring potential there. And I am just waiting for confirmation. And yes, it is official. Making his way through to the next round out of Australia. Put your hands together for Luke Millard.
Okay, I'm down here on the beach with Luke Millard. Just come off from your heat. You're through to the next round. It's day 2. How do the conditions today compare to yesterday's heats? Because you were in a couple yesterday, so talk us through that.
That's right, I had 3 yesterday. I think today is almost nicer. The waves are clean, a little more offshore, like cross off the wind today.
Yeah.
So it makes it really fun. You know, I wish you're getting more waves. The more heats, the better, really, because you just get to get out there and get some turns done. You know.
Yeah, I mean the conditions for this event, it's really good. The tide's obviously coming in now. Waves are starting to steep up, ramp up a little bit. Just talk to us about your setup. We're riding, correct me if I'm wrong, a 12. You're on the Ocean Rodeo. You've got your own boards. How's that combination going for you?
Yeah, awesome. I'm on the Ocean Rodeo Carew, the hybrid Alula. The Alula is the new composite that makes the kites really light, so that's really helping here because the wind can be really light and it can be really gusty, so it keeps it in the air through the big hole behind the resort there. And I shape my own board. This setup, I'm doing a swallowtail quad setup, which is the first kite board I've ever had that setup.
Yeah.
But I wanted to try it. It's my favourite surfboard, scaled down, so it's fun. Yeah, it's good.
Well, you're getting the heats in to get this kit on the water. We wish you the best of luck for the next rounds.
Thanks,
congratulations, and we'll see you soon. Yeah. And we'll head back to you, Joe, for the action that's taking place right now on the water.
Thank you, Liam. Yeah, good work there from Luke making his way through. And as you can see, the tide is starting to come in. Next up in the water, we have Artur Moraes coming out of Taiba, a very powerful Brazilian surfer, 4 times Brazilian wave champ. and up there against Gray Foster. Coming out of Miami, spends a lot of time in the Dominican Republic. Let's see what both of these athletes can bring to the table. Oh, Gray Foster dropping in with a good opener there. 4.03. And we can start to see the ladies getting ready as after this round, round number 4, we were going into round number 1 of the ladies. And we can see start to see some of them getting ready. But at the moment out on the water, Gray Foster, Arthur Moraes from Taiba, Brazil, are the two athletes that are going to be starting off. And here we have Moraes. Already, he has a 1.63. And let's see what he can produce the goods here with his next wave. Deciding against it. Once again, wave selection is so crucial out there. You really got to pick off the good nuggets if you want to be able to have the chicken. And there they come. It looks like we got a set coming our way, and we will see who is going to be going out there. And once again, I can see a lot of the girls starting to get out on the water to have a little train. Capozina Delanoy making her way out. And let's not forget she had joint first last year, and I know she wants redemption on that. So let's see how the young French athlete is going to perform here. And out the back, there it is. Oh, look at that beauty shot right now. Moraes, 2 decent hacks. Comes back, mid-face handbrake turn, just to stop himself to stick. And here it comes. This is where good timing, a good, really nice top turn off of the wave now. And this is where they kind of just float all the way to the bottom to see if this will have scoring potential. And making his way for that wave number 2, as he would need a 2.41 to take the lead. And it does look like Gray Foster out the back is also just starting to look for a set wave, but putting in a very solid number early on with a 4.03. He's definitely going to be happy with that one. All right, there he is, the American Gray Foster dropping in. Waves definitely do look like they are starting to open up a little bit more across the competition area. And here he is, a little bit of a foam climb there. Very flat section of the wave, this midsection. Then as it comes down to the second reef or second sandbank, the waves do start to go up. Okay, engaging on a good turn. Gray Foster. Out there on the whip, a little bit more of a volume board from Duotone. Seen quite a few athletes. Big hack there, powerful turns. Quite a few athletes out there on thicker boards as they need to make sure that they can go through and generate the power. And Gray putting on a good performance so far. Looking to improve on 1.63. I definitely reckon he's going to be able to manage that. At the moment in the driving seat. And dropping in for yet another wave, there is Artur Moraes. Very traditional, low surfing style, Brazilian surfing style for the 4 times national champ out of Taiba, where we will be going in November for the final event of the GK Kite-Surf World Cup. And here we are over in Dakhla, Morocco right now, enjoying the beautiful right-handers. And there we can see our riders area, where the athletes are preparing and starting to get themselves ready. Eight and a half minutes left on the ticker, and both athletes making their way up to the top to go back into position and wait for yet another set. Just coming up on that half point of this heat. Let's not forget we got 15-minute heats with 3-minute transitions. 12 waves, each athlete, top 2 waves are the ones that count. When we move over to round number 5 of the competition, we'll be changing to 18-minute heats, as we want to see the best of the best throwing down here in the desert. The more time, the more action. And talking about action, it looks like, oh, I could see the spray all the way down here from the beach. Mariah starting to engage on yet another set wave. It looks like he is definitely starting to get his groove. He needs a 4.37 if he wants to take the lead in this heat. Currently in second position, the Brazilian national champ. And let's see if that's going to be enough, because Gray Foster has put a 5.10 up there as well. The best heat we've seen from him so far. Oh, good timing there on that hack. Keeping the speed on the way down. Can he get yet one more? Oh, he's coming in with speed, the American. Off the top, a little bit of a straight line. The judges obviously are going to want to see a little bit more verticality, but keeping himself busy out there. And a little bit of a finisher, but going down here in the shore break, as we are approaching the final 5 minutes of this heat. The Brazilian at it one more time. Big hit there for the Brazilian. Now that's more like it. This is what we're talking about. Cut back turn to the foam ball. Looks like it's reforming there on that bottom little inside reef. Off the top, is he going to be able to link it up with a finisher? I do reckon he is. There it is. There's the timing. Good final move there for Artur, as he is looking to improve on that 4.03. Needing a 4.20 if he wants to take the lead. Both of the boys making their way back out as we come up on the final 4 minutes. I reckon we got enough time for one more set wave. Currently, now Artur Moraes has overtaken with that 4.77 and a 5.63. So Gray Foster now needs a 5.31 if he wants to take first position. It definitely does look like there are some waves coming our way as both of the guys are trying to go into position. Let's see, let's see. Oh, another big hack here from the Brazilian. He's definitely starting to get into sync. Started off a little slowly, but he is getting to some moves there now. Big carving hack back to the power zone once again. Nice open face turns. And this is where he's going to be able to start to get a little bit more hollow. Rail to rail, but going over. Unfortunately, there, Kite a little bit too high. Pulled him off of his board. But still, 3 or 4 good turns in there. Will that be enough to improve over that 4.0, that 4.77? I don't think so. But we did miss the first part of that wave. All right, Gray Foster. All the way up next to the point. He's definitely seen something. Here he goes. The American dropping in. Big hack, keeping the power, keeping the speed. Hack number 2 off the top. This is where you have to get the speed to get past that second section. He does. Can see the wind is very offshore there. The guy's really having the edge to keep on the wave. Nice bottom to top turn. Starting to link it together. It's so offshore. You really need to make sure that kite is down if you want to be able to continue there on the wave. And this is closing out in front of him. So that's going to be the end of that ride. Looking for a 5.31. There, Gray Foster, as we just approach the final minute. And Moraes destroying this little wave coming down the west point. Throwing water left, front, right, up, down, and all around. The Brazilian is definitely on a roll at the moment. And he is still maintaining that first position. And the final 10 seconds of this heat, I can see the guys going all the way back out, meaning that they are not going to be dropping in on any more waves. So that's going to be it for heat number 7 of round number 4. With your winner out of Brazil, Artur Moraes. Why don't we have a little look at the highlights of that heat?
thought about this, I've dreamt about this. It's just been such a great experience and I'm so stoked. No words to describe how great I'm feeling right now.
Full day of action here at the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup Dakhla 2022, and waves are definitely back on the agenda as 41 male and female riders from 15 countries assemble to battle it out here in Morocco. The long wait for wave action was worth it, especially for the Brazilians who dominated most of the day. Soon after, Gabriel Benetton stepped up in Heat 1 of Round 1, the Brazilian aiming to uniquely reach his third GKA final in only his third ever competition.
Yeah, first time here in Morocco, the conditions are just incredible. I was out like on an 11-meter kite. The wind is perfect, the waves are bumping, and yeah, I stoked to make my first heat.
It's Gabriel, absolutely stoked. We'll see him later on in the day, but for now, we move on to the next heat.
Also finding the conditions in his favour was the 4 times Brazilian kite wave champion Artur Moraes, who advanced impressively from round 1. West Point local legend Mohamed Ali Bakali saw his years of riding development paying off today, commentating that the conditions rarely are as good as it gets here on the first real swell of the season. Rio de Janeiro Pedro Matos joined the Brazilian party next with a super tight demonstration of in-the-pocket riding, but the contest really lit up when Sebastian Ribiero entered the competition in round 3, signaling the quality to come in the later rounds. As the waves peaked, the Brazilian XQS surfer demonstrated an impeccable wave selection, scoring a 9.0 for the longest and most dynamic wave ride of the day.
My legs are burning, the wave is so long. I've been the whole day just watching all the hits. Super excited to go on the water. Finally I had my chance to grab some of these awesome waves. And yeah, super stoked. I think I did 2 good scores and yeah, ready for the next one.
Later in round 3, for those famous dreadlocks removed but still never to be outdone, Ayrton Cosolino, often impossibly looking hacks and hits, gave him the highest opening wave score of a heat, pitching him nicely in amongst the Brazilians. We are poised for an incredible climax to this event with even better wind and waves coming up in the forecast for West Point. Plus, look out for the first appearance of the current world champion James Carew, and the women will get their campaign underway. So don't miss out and tune in for day 2 of the GK Kite-Surf World Cup Dakhla.
And welcome back, everybody, as we continue on with more action out there on the water. We have Hendrik Lopez is going up against Anderson Rebosas. At the moment, the waves are a little smaller as we are approaching that full high tide. There's still about an hour to go, as it is at 2:30 that high tide is complete. And both of our athletes are already starting to get some scores up on the water. Let's not forget elimination round out there. Whoever doesn't make it through is going to be kicked out, as we are just approaching the 9-minute mark for this heat. It is Anderson Rebosas, the first in first position so far. And let's see if Hendrik Lopez can answer back, as it does look like there are some waves coming our way. Okay, Anderson, backside rider, staying very close to the rocks there, deciding against it. So as we mentioned, that tide, when it is pushing and coming up, conditions are quite small out there and sets are far and few between. Hopefully as the tide gets a little bit fuller, maybe that will change, but there has been a lull probably for about the last 20 minutes. Last heat had 1 to 2 sets, and this one at the moment still has not had a set come through. But it does look like, with that bird's eye view, we can see a few little bumps coming our way. And hopefully we'll be able to see some action out there on the water, as Hendricks now has regained the lead with a 6.43, as he leads by a 1.26. Anderson staying very close to the rocks, trying to make the most of the little inside waves. Nice backside turn there, nice and carvy. Getting nice and low, keeping the power all the way through the turn. A little bit of a smack or a snap off the top there. And we can see him pushing through all the way on the right-hand side. We have a little bit of a flag action there as the guys are moving a little bit further to the right. Anderson, a nice wave. He's looking to improve over a 0.93, so he is definitely going to do that. So I presume Anderson is going to be making his way into the lead. And there it is, with a 2.90, totaling out at a 7.57. Almost looks like there's a little bit of current out there in the middle of the bay right now. I can see a little bit of, it's getting a bit choppy out the back there. I don't know if that's the wind, but it does look actually like some current. We didn't see that yesterday. And here we have Hendricks getting ready to drop in, as it does look like a set wave is starting to come his wave. It's come his way, come his way. All right, Hendrik Lopez. Good timing there on that section, right across the lip. Comes in. This is a very nice wave here from Hendricks. 2 good, solid turns. Getting past this down section. making the most of this, and a finisher. Very good wave there from Hendrik Lopez. Looking to improve on a 2.63 and a 3.80. Getting 4 solid turns in that wave. And starting to get his rhythm going, just waiting for some numbers to be dropped. Was one of the bigger sets waves, and there it is. 4 points. Just waiting for it to be confirmed. Needs a 3.7 if he wants to take the lead. And there we can see our competition area of both our athletes making their way back up to the top as they have a little less than 4 minutes to go. Is that going to be enough of time for a set? We'll soon find out, as we're just waiting with a 6.33 for that last wave on Hendricks. It was one of the biggest sets waves. He did power through it. Really nice style, giving him the advantage so far. And now Anderson would need a 5.57 if he wants to go in the lead. And here we can see him dropping in as it looks like another set has come nice and quick. Let's see what he has here. Anderson Rabosa. Oh, big hit. Nice timing. Can he get past this section? He's going to have to fly down if he wants to, all the way to the inside. He's only going to have time for maybe 1 or 2 more turns. But read that wave and very nicely. And Hendricks there in the back also. Pushing back to the foam ball. Both of these guys not lifting anything in the tank. Hendricks really like how he pushes through that turn all the way back, opening up those shoulders. Very nice there from the Cape Verdean. Oh, and a hand in the air and a smile in his face. The boy is happy, the boy is chilled, and he is throwing down here for us in this round number 4, heat number 8. And let's go, let's go. Hendrik Lopez currently in the lead. So we're in here for the final minute of this heat. And let's have a look. Hendrik Lopez with 2 big scores. 6.0 and a 6.43. Pushing through at the moment. But Anderson Rabosa looking, circling, searching for a 7.59 if he wants to be able to continue on in this competition. So let's have a look as we close down with the final 30 seconds. Let's go, let's go, let's go. You can see some of the riders starting to get ready right in front of the old stream booth here. Front row seats we have to the best of the best kite surfing action in the world here of the Qatar Airways GK Kite World Tour. And Hendrik Lopez is definitely finding his rhythm. I don't know what that boy had for breakfast, but it has woken him up, I can tell you that. The closing seconds of his heat. And that is confirmed. It's going to be Hendrik Lopez who is going to be making his way through to the next round. And unfortunately, Anderson Rabosa is going to have to pack his bags. So that was the final round there. Heat number 8, round number 4. as we are going to be having the ladies coming out onto the playing field next. And some great action there. Hendrix Lopez taking the win. And as we can see, the beautiful West Point resort that we have here for the GK Kite-Surf World Cup, Dakhla, Morocco. Coming up next, we are going to be going over on to the women's discipline, where we are going to be starting off with the ladies. You can see conditions for the high tide is almost there. It's at 2:30 local time. It gets to its most fullest, so about 45 minutes until that happens. Waves are a little far and few between at the moment, but when the sets come through, they do have a little bit more power. And we can see in here, it sounds like we are going to be getting off to a start in a few minutes. What a day of action we have had so far, as we have had complete round number 4 of the men's competition. And now we are going to be moving over to the ladies, and then back to the men for round number 5, where we will have 18-minute heats. So adding up the time so we can just have some more turns and some more action out there. And talking about action, let's go down to the beach, because Liam has the winner of the previous heat, Hendrix Lopez.
So I'm down here with Hendrix Lopez. Hendrix, it's been quite the event so far. Great heat just then, but let's just recap to yesterday. You had your uncle, Ayrton Cozzolino. You were so pumped up for that heat. How did you find yesterday's conditions compared to today's? And you must be just on top of the moon at the moment.
Oh man, yesterday was amazing. Going against my uncle was a dream come true. And today, conditions are so good, man. So perfect, the wind is perfect. I'm on my 9, and it's just amazing.
Yeah, I've got to say, like, it was a little bit fickle before your heat, and just as when you went out, the waves, they just seemed to build. The sets were big. You just looked like you were shredding out there. Just talk us through that heat a little bit, because you did mention to me before we jumped on the stream that you didn't feel like it started well for you. So what took you over the line?
Yeah, man, I was quite stressed at the beginning because the waves was quite small, and I was like, my first turn I crashed, and I was like getting a bit down. Yeah. But like looking at the Cape Verdean and my uncle on the beach, like pushing me to my limits, and I was like, this gave me so much motivation to come back from, I think I was like losing so bad. But like, I'm finally happy to show what I'm capable of, and yeah, it's not over yet. No, it certainly isn't. You show what you're capable of. We're really excited to see what you've got next in the tank. Good luck with the rest of the competition. Thanks, we'll see you later this afternoon. Joe, the waves are building nicely. Let's get back to the action.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. They're definitely building nicely. And there we can see Hendrix very, very happy But now it is time that we go over to the ladies. We have Zoe Basile from France, Aménique Kruijt from the Netherlands, and Frances Crelly from Canada. Those are our 3 athletes that are going. I can just see Charlotte Carpentier running past our stream booth here, and all of the girls starting to get ready to throw down because it is time for the ladies to get out there on the water as we have heat number 1, round number 1. Zoe Basile, Aménique Kruijt, and Frances Kelly. Watch out, let's go! Okay, so there we can see Zoe Basile from France making her way out. The North Rider. She's up against Frances Kelly on the Ocean Rodeo and Aménique Kruijt from the Netherlands on the F1. Your 3 athletes out there just waiting for that score from Zoe, and it does look like I can see out the corner of my booth. Frances Kelly is starting to get a wave. Javi, hola. All right, so there we can see Aménique Kruijt from the Netherlands already out there on the water. One of our judges, Fadi Issa, coming down over here in front of the stream booth just to make sure that everything is going according to plan. He's got a smile on his face because I know 2 things. 1, he wants to be in the water, and 2, he likes what he's seeing because some of these girls, and hey, Zoe, starting to link up some turns out there. So at the moment, Zoe Basile with a 3.57, Aménique Kruijt with a 1.77, and Frances Kelly still waiting to drop in on a wave as we have 15 minutes of action. The first heat of the women's discipline. And the Swiss Army knife of our beach commentator Liam Dregg has now going on camera duty. Because you know what they say, you got to take a few scars if you want to win. You got to take a few scars, and if you are going to go out, you might as well die fighting. And I can tell you one thing, these girls, they will not go down easy. And we want to see them pushing each other, and we've already seen that with some good scores coming up. And a 5.83 for that last wave from Zoe. Already a 10.24. So Zoe Basile out of France proving that she has the goods. And now let's see how's it going. So your current leader, Zoe, she was first at the French Cup. She was also started kiting when she was 12 years old, so she has a lot of experience under her belt, but this is her first GKA competition. She's done some local events. Spends a lot of time in Fuerteventura, Tarifa, and Grisang in France, a very nice freestyle and wave spot. And now she is starting to get into the strapless side as she is also wanting to come more on tour. And let's not forget, if you want to be a world champion, you have to be a most complete rider out there. Loving the West Point vibe. Had a little chat to her yesterday, and she was having a very good time over here in Morocco. And what she is looking forward to is to discover the world of competitions. And I tell you one thing, with openers like that, I reckon she is going to be a very, very hard rider to beat. coming out of Brittany in France. And she does love to feel the freedom of this strapless discipline, and already showing that she has the goods. So great to see new faces here on the tour. And now here we have Frances Kelly, if I'm not mistaken. No, excuse me. Just trying to get a little bit closer. So this is Zoe Basila, and absolutely charging out there. Boom, not holding anything back. I tell you what, I'm a fan. I am a fan. Looking to improve over
So I'm down here with Zoe Bazil. We've just come off the water from the first women's heat of the competition. Zoe, first time on tour, absolutely shredding out there. How are the conditions? Because it's been a couple of days since you've been able to get out on the water due to the men's heats. Feeling good out there?
Yeah, feeling good, but it was difficult. There is not too much wave, and the wind, it's gusty a little.
And in regards to the wave itself, where did you feel most comfortable out there? Was it the start section, the middle section, or right at the end here?
Yeah.
Where did you feel good?
The wave, the long wave.
Yeah. Well, there we go. We have Zoe there, absolutely killing it with some big scores. We move on to the second heat of the women's, right on the water now. Back to you, Joe.
All right, so we continue on. Up next, we have Daniela Moreno and Camille Losedan. Camille coming out of Switzerland, representing, but she lives out in Tarifa, her hometown. And she is up against Daniela Moreno from Spain also. Looks like Camille at the moment having a little trouble launching her kite out the back. Let's not forget it is a little bit of a windless area, and as this tide is very full, they're having to maintain themselves right up on the point if they want to get some waves and get some goods. So just waiting for one of these ladies to engage on a first. But it does look like Camille is having a little bit of an issue out there. We will have to find out and see what's happening. Camille, the future Grom and the upcoming star of the duotone team. Very, very good strapless freestyler. I think as she floats a little bit further out, the wind will catch the kite, she'll be able to get going. But yeah, you can see on your screen right now, that is Daniela Moreno, who is just trying to pick up on her first set wave. All right, Daniela Moreno coming down, straight lining it a little bit, but a nice inside wave. We're still waiting for Camille to get herself up. As we approach the 10-minute mark of this heat, let's not forget, 15-minute heats. Top 2 waves are the ones that get on the scorecards, get the I's, dot the I's, cross the T's, get the shackers, and get the love. 12 waves in total. As soon as you go over 12 waves, the judges don't even give you the time of a day. You have to make sure to score inside of those parameters if you want to be able to make it through to the future rounds. And I can see out the back there, it does look like Camille is almost getting that kite in the air. Oh, terrorista in the booth. And we are just waiting for one of these two ladies to start to get on. I'm not quite sure what's up with Camille. Trying to get some information on that as soon as we can. And a 1.47 there for Daniela Moreno. And hopefully we'll be able to see these girls engaging on some action out there, as right now neither of these ladies have really taken off on any scores. Daniela slightly in the lead for that one-hit wonder she had down here in front of the competition area. And there it is. All right, the kite is in the sky. So hopefully now 9 minutes left on the clock. We're starting to see some action out there. So we can now see both of the athletes are up and going on your screen there. Camille Losselan. Looks like she is just going to make her way back up to the point, which is probably the best idea, as sets do come through about every 6 minutes. And still no real danger, as Daniela has a 1.47. So anybody's money out there at the moment, but both of these athletes making their way back up into the impact zone to see if they can land another wave. Camille going backside here on a little inside nugget. Quite flat, so she is pretty much straight line in this at the moment. Let's see as soon as this one gets down. But as that tide is so filled in, not really engaging on any turns there. So I doubt that's going to be a score. Pretty much as nothing, to be honest, because she was literally just riding along on that little bump. Have to kind of go a little bit further up into the corner like we saw Anderson Rabosas doing in the past heats, where those waves do kind of break on that right-hand side where that little rock slab is. Now that the tide is so high, you can get over there. But of course, the wind is a little sketchier over there because it is so close to the spit. But a 2.17 there for Camille Lassaran, putting her into the lead. Yeah, conditions very tough for both of these athletes to make it all the way up to the top, and I can see the rest of the girls getting ready. as this is heat number 2, round number 1 of the women's competition over here at the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup, Dakhla, Morocco, under the Qatar Airways GKA Kite World Tour. Let's not forget the World Tour has 4 different disciplines. We have the kite-surf discipline, which is what is happening down here in Morocco. We'll be moving over to Neom in Saudi Arabia for the twin-tip freestyle, where we'll see the spins, the move, the wake style, and the handle passes. We have the hydrofoil freestylers, where guys like Charles Brodel go to the sky in about 12 knots with all the dances, kite loops, and the old school board offs. And then we have the big air discipline, where we had that event over in Tarifa, one of the worldwide mecca of kiting, and also my hometown. Great to have an event on the old local beach where you can see the guys touching the sky. The big air discipline definitely taking off in the industry at the moment, where it has brought back twin tips into the equation. And it is incredible to see what these athletes can do now. It was really nice to see at the Qatar Airways Big Air World Championship in Tarifa was a lot of the, I'm not going to say old, I'm going to say experienced and veteran athletes. Guys like Mark Shin coming over, who was a multiple world champion, and he was pretty much one of the guys that brought board-offs into the competition. And he had a little chat with him. He says it's incredible to see that now the new school moves have the DNA of some of the old school, and it is incredible where the athletes are taking the sport, but also how far the equipment has evolved. I mean, we've seen it here at this event. We are seeing a lot of kites with Alula, that new material that is pretty much half the amount of weight. So it means they can go out on a smaller kite in lighter winds, and also it allows them, when they get into those wholly pocketed areas, they can fly through. One of the things that a lot of the kite brands are doing is they are putting a lot of development, maybe not so much in the designs, the actual, profiles, etc. of the kite. They are really researching material, because if you can get that edge, you would definitely be able to bring out some very nice new kites. And that is definitely one of the things that we are seeing on a lot of equipment. There's a lot of development on the construction side. And when it comes to conditions like this, it really does make a difference. So now here we can see Camille Losanan already has 2 waves under her belt. Daniela Moreno looks like she's going to pick up on a nice set wave out the back, as we are just under 3 minutes left of this heat. But as the tide has filled in, the waves definitely have got a little flatter on the smaller size, and you really have to select the good ones if you want to be able to hit those vertical faces. But she is taking off on a very good wave over here. Daniela Moreno. Good set wave. Can she get past this whitewater section, as she is potentially on one of the better sized wave? It definitely doesn't look like she will, as she closes out in front of her up there, unfortunately, as she is looking for a 2.57 to take the lead with the closing 2 minutes here of this second heat of competition. And we're just waiting as we approach the final minutes, último minuto of this heat in between Camila Sedan and Daniela Moreno. Those are your 2 athletes out there in the water. It is Camille at the moment in first position. Had a little of a sticky start, but got her things together and just doing enough to get past. But she is definitely going to have to up her game if she wants to have a chance of advancing further on in this competition. And it does look like there is not a lot of motion out there in the ocean, and there are not a lot of sets coming our way. So let's see if there's going to be a final white wave ride. And let's see who is going to be coming up next. We are going to have round number 5 of the men will be coming up next as we continue on. Wind has definitely picked up a bit. It is a little bit stronger out there. And to close off this heat, let's just watch and see the groove of Camille Lassaran as she comes towards us, but not quite getting on it, meaning we will continue on because next up we are going to be going over to men's round number 5. And coming out on the water, we are going to be seeing Ali Bakali from Morocco and Gabriel Benetton from Brazil. And I'm going to say one thing, ladies and gentlemen, now whoever loses is packing their bags and go in home because it is mano on mano. Men-to-men heats all the way. So coming up next, round number 5 of the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup here in Dakhla, Morocco.
I've thought about this, I've dreamt about this. It's just been such a great experience and I'm so stoked. No words to describe how great I'm feeling right now.
So I'm down on the beach here with Daniela, just come off from the win. You seem pretty excited when you were coming in there. How does it feel?
I'm pretty happy because it's not my side. I'm going against the wave and it's not my side, so and the conditions are pretty difficult, so pretty happy. And I went to a champ that is Carew, so I'm really happy about that.
Well, no, it's great to see you on the water. It's obviously been with day 2 on the competition now. The women weren't competing yesterday, so it was just with the men. You've probably been itching to get on the water. How does it finally feel to ride this famous wave out in the Atlantic and here in Dakhla?
It's so good because everybody talks about it. Everybody's saying it's a really tricky wave, but it's a really good wave. So we're pretty happy and like the nerves have gone.
The nerves have gone. You're through to the next round. Congratulations, and we'll see you later on in the afternoon.
Thank you.
Joe, we go back to you.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Liam. Yeah, very good to see Daniela. Felicidades, así sí que sí. Making our way through to the next round. And coming up next, we have a very big heat because we have the local Moroccan rider, Ali Bakali, the highest rider who has been doing the best out of the local ones here, is going up against the young Brazilian ripper, the vice champion at the Big Air World Championship that we had in Tarifa. These are the two guys going out there now, and Gabriel already starting off, and I can see Ali Bakali jumping on a wave. This is going to be a big heat. And also, a little information, we've changed the heats to 18 minutes. So that is the difference there now. Both of these boys going to be throwing down. Let's get some action out there. Okay, so we are going to be going now. We have this heat of the men, so heat number 25 of the men, the first heat of round number 5. Then we will be jumping over once again to the ladies for women's number 4. So women's number 4 will be coming up next. And then it will be women's 4 to 8, then men's 26 to 32. As we have both of these athletes all the way out the back. Let's see how they're going to do. 18-minute heat. And at the moment, it is Ali Bakali already throwing down a 6.7 opener. I tell you what, local knowledge as he is playing in his backyard. Watch out, Gabriel Benetton. There is a fight out there, but wait. This young Brazilian proved some very big numbers yesterday. So we definitely have a good fight on. But hey, round number 5 of the GK Kite World Cup. Any heat can be a final. And this is where we start to separate the boys from the men. And here we have Gabriel dropping in on a little inside section, deciding to come a little bit closer because he is in second position so far. Once again in the back, look at that. Bakali taking off on yet another set wave. Really knows where the conditions are. And there we can see Gabriel making his way out. And here we have Ali coming down. Boom! Big top turn off the top. Once again, going back to the foam ball. Like his style, and he opens it up. Machu Lopez style. I can see Machu out here on the booth, giving a little bit of advice to his teammate, Camille Lossanam, to get into the groove. And now it starts to mix up as we can see some numbers also being dropped here for Gabriel as he comes in on yet another wave. But Ali, one more time, 4.27, starting to get some rhythm and some rhymes out there, because I tell you one thing, it is definitely kite surf time. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. All right, we just had a little flag destruction there to get that one out of our shots. So we are back. And now it is starting to get interesting. Ali Bakali already throwing down early, making sure he puts the difference. But here, oh, beautiful bottom to top turn there from Gabriel all the way out the back. Nice and smooth. Entry and exit speed, keeping the kite low. can even see Matthew here, one of the best backside riders on the planet, having a look and seeing what he's going, because he knows he is a contender out there. But at the moment, I tell you one thing, Bakali is calm, cool, and collected. He's out the back. He knows he has 2 good scores, and he's waiting to see if he can land that score at number 3. Gabriel on the inside. Nice timing there on that one, hitting it in the sweet spot. This wave is looking a little bit better. Bakali coming down one more time. He has taken a set wave. Oh, off the top, keeping the speed. Watch out. I love it when there's action out there on the water, and both of these athletes have been throwing down from the very beginning. Look at this turn with this beautiful replay. Just lines it up and power pushes it from the top, letting the water loose. And there, perfect timing. Mick Fanning style, throwing, driving through those back fins. Bakali, I tell you what, he is on a roll at the moment. But do not throw out Gabriel Benetton. I've seen this boy throughout some of the warm-ups earlier this morning, and he is hungry, the young Brazilian. But he has his work cut out for him, because both of these athletes, as we get to these future heats, are starting to push and to go. A little bit of a cut turn there, a little bit of smackaroo. Snaps off the top. Now he's braking to see if he can have a finisher. Gets it right down here in front of the judges. This wave is coming up a little nicely, keeping it together as we can see him going around the back. And I want to see the fins out on this final finisher. Ala Bakali makes his way out all the way. And let's go back to the top of the competition area. As I can see, Gabriel Benetton already starting off. He's had a couple good turns. This is looking like a nice wave. Now we're talking. The ocean is responding. We got waves. We got waves. Oh, pushing his way past this one. Now coming down to this middle section. This is where it starts to get a little bit more hollow. Cutting back. And just a little finisher under the lip. Managing to keep it together. The Brazilian looking to improve on his scores as he has a high 2 and a medium 3. Needs to start to get some bigger numbers if he wants to have a chance of making his way through to round number 6. Because at the moment, he is behind by 4 and a bit plus points. So still looking for waves, but it does look like now we are at that tide moment, as we are just pretty much coming up on high tide, the highest point now, as it said, at 2:26. So in about 4 minutes, to be a precise, exact, and to the point, is when that tide is as high as it can get. And it looks like there's a little push, as there was a lull for about 3/4 of an hour. And we can see some of the athletes starting to get ready to go back out, because let's not forget, women's heat number 4 coming up next. Okay, and once again, Bakali just throwing, linking turns. Super open, super fluid, and one of the things we really like is he does not lose speed, and judges definitely are going to be rewarding that more. Can see him straight lining it down here as he gets to that point. Smack off the top. Getting a little bit of an air there on his way down. And another big hit here for the Moroccan rider. He's in power. He's on fire. Watch out, watch out. And maybe let's see if we can get the replay of that last wave there from Gabriel Benetton, because I could see he had another good wave also. Here we can see some good turns there from the Brazilian, making it all the way from the top and just waiting for some numbers to come here on the scores. But it is Bakali at the moment in the lead with an 11.83. And here we can see some of those last turns from that final wave. And even managing to get a little bit of an airdrop there. You can see releasing and just going past that section. And here we have both of the athletes making their way up. All the way back up to the top. As we have the final 5 minutes. Final 5 minutes of this first heat of round number 5 of the men's event here in Dakhla. And both of the athletes making their way all the way up the top. You can see Sonia Bunte and Charlotte Carpentier right in front of the old stream booth right now. Getting ready to rumble. Let's go, girls. Charlotte, a veteran rider coming out of France. Very talented strapless freestyler. Won some of the best trick events a few years ago, and Sonia Bunte, really good to see her back as she has just come off of a long COVID recovery. Bit of the old Spanglish there. Long COVID recovery. And it is great to see her back in action here. Let's see how she goes out on the water. She's going to be going up next. And we can see Gabriel Benetton and Ali Bakali getting closer and closer. Gabriel starting to get his mojo together. 4.93. 3.5 minutes on the ticker. There is definitely a lot of water moving out there at the moment. And you can see some bigger sets starting to come in. Gabriel a little bit further on the left-hand side shoulder here. It looks like he likes what he sees. But Ali, I can see out of the corner of my booth, is all the way out the back. Okay, so it looks like both of these athletes are going to have yet another set wave. Big hack there from Gabriel. Talk about vertical and right in the sweet spot. Check back turn, coming back to the foam ball. Here he is. This is a flat section of the wave. This is where he's going to maintain it. Keeping himself busy. Is this wave going to open up and break all the way down? It does look like he has a little bit of a section, even though it is a little bit bumpy due to the tide. 2 good solid hits there, but unfortunately going down. Ali Bakali in the back. These guys are going to be giving me a sore throat by the end of this heat. Here he comes, Ali Bakali. Once again, powerful, fluid style, keeps the speed. Shebang gets that water going. And here for a little finisher off the top, a little bit of a floater. Looking to improve on a 6.30 as he is already at a 13.00. The Moroccan athlete proving that he is one of the best kite surfers over here at the World Cup, as he is currently in the lead with just 2 minutes to go on the clock. 1.5 minutes on the old ticker. Both of the boys trying to make it all the way out the back to see if they can have another opportunity to get one more wave. Gabrielle Benetton needs a 7.03. That is a big, big score. Big, big score. But Ali Bakali is full steam ahead, pedal to the metal, a freight train. As the final minute coming our way. Okay, so excuse me, both the athletes back in position. And they are in the impact zone as there's 45 seconds left on the clock. It does look like, if I'm not mistaken, there's a little bit of movement. It ain't going to be one of the bigger sets, but it does look like they might be able to connect to one more wave. Gabriel Benetton, this is going to be his final opportunity. He needs a 7.0 if he wants to advance through to the next round. Okay, so he is taking off. He is taking off. Here we have the final wave here of Gabriel Benetton. Is it going to be enough? Is he going to be able to get that 7.0? We will soon find out. Here he comes, the Brazilian athlete, core rider coming at us. Cameraman, let's go a little bit closer, please. And here he comes. So, Gabriel Benetton, the other rider on the wave. Javi, otro rider. Making his way all the way down here. Pushing hard. Looking for that 7. Oh no! Dropping the kite. That wave was opening up and peeling really nicely. I think that might cost him. And here we can see Ali Bakali. Open face hacks all the way, keeps the speed, not making a mistake out there at the moment. And yes, it is official. Your winner making his way through to the next round, the Moroccan athlete, Ali Bakali, front and center on your screen. What a heat, what a ride. Let's go to the highlights and see some of the best rides of that previous heat.
So I'm down on the beach with Muhammad Ali, who's been absolutely shredding. Muhammad not skipping a beat out there. Through to the next round. The competition's getting a little bit tougher.
Exactly.
Just talk us through how that heat went for you. You went from a 12 down to a 9. The wind's obviously picked up. How's it been out there?
I mean, that was something. It was very tight. I know the guy rides really well, so I just gave it everything. And yeah, as you said, like dropping down to the 9 gave me much more freedom. I could finish my turns and just like tack in and tweak the turns. And yeah, I'm stoked, man.
No, it seems like the sort of wave here, as we were sort of discussing earlier, it can be tough to find that one that really peels from the first section all the way down to the third. Sometimes maybe it's just the first and second section that you manage to catch, but watching you out there, it seems that most of the waves you caught, you were sort of finishing in front of the judges, really maximising the amount of turns you got. We spoke yesterday morning, you said that it was sort of all happening out in front, but it sort of realised today that we sort of saw you up on the left-hand side quite a lot. Was that a different tactic there?
Yeah, with the high tide, yeah, the sandbank totally changes. The wave breaks much more on the inside.
Yeah.
So you have to get out there and like choose, like you see the swells coming from far, and you have to pick that middle one that has enough space.
Yeah.
And that creates that beautiful wave all the way through.
Well, we saw that.
Yeah.
We saw that excellently executed by yourself.
Thanks, mate.
Another round in the bank.
Yeah.
We look forward to seeing you again. Well done.
Thank
and
you.
Joe, we head back to the action that's going on the water right now.
Ali absolutely killing it out there. Like we said, local knowledge definitely is really pushing in. You can see him getting the turns, getting the flow, and he is in there. Now we're going to be continuing on. We are going to be continuing on in here in the studio as we are going to go out on to the water as we have 2 more women athletes out there. Let's go and see the action. All right, so now back out on the wave, we have America Crud and Camille Lassaran, very even at the moment as both of the ladies have a 2.7 and a 2.26. But Camille Lassaran now dropping a second wave, taking the lead as we have 50-minute heats out there. Let's see who is going to be going through, and more scores coming up. So this is looking like it is going to be a very, very close heat. All right, so a 5.97 for Camille Lassaran versus Amanika Kruijt from the Netherlands. Both of the girls trying to make their way back out as the wind is a little light here on the inside, and some of them deciding to make their way all the way over here to the left-hand side and then go back up on the shore. But as that tide is higher, it is hard for them to be able to do so. And we can see action getting out there on the water. As we're just waiting, we can see everybody starting to get ready. And we can see some of the interviews down here on the beach as we wait for the girls to make it up to the top side here of the competition area. And this way we will see some more action. Camille Losseran having a little bit of trouble trying to get back up. She's still in the lead at the moment. But Annemieke here with a 4.37 is in position. And let's see who have the next wave. Right there we can see Camille and Annemieke making their way back out. 5.97 for Camille Losseran and a 4.37 for Annemieke Carew, meaning that we still have 10 minutes left of this heat. Heats are now changed to 18 minutes. So it means we can have more action out there as they're just approaching halfway through this heat. And there you have on your screen, that is Camille, who is struggling a bit because it does look like conditions have gone a little bit more offshore, making it harder and harder for them to make their way forward as they have to get further up to those rocks. And you can see, just look at the angle they have here. And this is where it starts, the wind starts to fluke a little bit. Okay, so Camille Losseran coming down, but unfortunately she's just not taking off on a wave that actually has any potential face, and making her way back up. Okay, here we can see Cami starting to drop in, switching it up, going backside. On a face, this one does have a little bit of wiggle. Right, comes down, first top time, going very straight at the moment. This is where she needs to engage, gets another little check turn there. Here she has a closing off section, can she get on it? Yes, she can. Goes off the back, needs to keep that kite lower. Annemieke coming down as well. Similar story, a little bit of a straight line in here from both of these athletes. Judges are definitely going to be looking for more vertical turns. But on the backside, that is very difficult because it means they have to throw that kite completely down to be able to stay on the wave. And both of the athletes down here at the bottom of the competition area are going to be making their way back up to the top. There we can see Annemieke making her way out. Both of these ladies at the moment, similar scores, 8.20 and a 4.40. Just coming up on the final 5 minutes of this heat with Camille Lotteran in the lead. Let's not forget. Round number 2 of the competition. The winner will be continuing through to round number 3. And we can see Camille is already back in position and potentially looking at this little wave on the inside. Yes, she is going to be going for this, so here she goes. Right, turn number 1, a bit going as fast as possible to get past that first section. Turn number 2, makes her way down. Is going quite straight, but at least is starting to get some sort of a turn over here. And decides to go against that so she doesn't get thrown off. So not a bad wave there for her, looking to improve over 3.70. So we are going to be going to a women 4 to 8. Women heat 4 to 8, so this is number 2. So we have 2 more women's heat after this. And then we will be continuing all the way through on the men. There we have Annemieke here coming down also on a little section. Both of these girls kind of scraping to see what they can get as it is the final closing minutes of this heat. And Camille Lotteran one more time. Annemieke does have a little bit more of a turn, but not quite being able to improve that second score. We have seen Camille Lotteran with a 4.50. And both of them one more time making their way back out, as I reckon we might have one more set coming our way. Let's see what the girls make of it. And there is a very big set coming our way as we final close off this heat. Here we have Camille Lotteran. She's in position, and it is looking like it is forming very nicely. Let's see what the Swiss rider can make of it. That's a bit of a better turn. Now she's going to have to speed if she wants to get past this section. This is where she goes. All right, keeping it together. She's probably got one more check turn if she wants to continue down. Yes, she does. Getting low and getting groovy. And another turn. Oh, getting munched. And face planting at full speed there. But did actually get a couple of decent turns in, so we were still wait to see if that will improve on a 3.70. It was definitely one of the bigger waves we've seen of the day on the women's kite-surfing, excuse me. 1 minute to go. And coming up next, we will have heat number 3 of the women. And the final 30 seconds here. You can see that bird's eye view there, Aminika, as she tries to make her way back into position, but I think it won't be in time as we are in the closing 10 seconds of this heat. So by the looks of it, yes, it is going to be Camille Lassaran who is going to be making her way through to the next round, into round number 3, as we continue on with heat number 3 of the women coming up next. But before we go back into the action, let's have a short commercial break.
I've thought about this, I've dreamt about this. It's just been such a great experience and I'm so stoked. No words to describe how great I'm feeling right now.
Since 1997, we have imagined the exceptional. From our very first flight, to flying passengers to hundreds of destinations around the globe. We launched our first premium terminal dedicated to first and business class passengers and opened the world's best airport, Hamad International Airport. In 2017, we broke the record for the longest commercial flight with 9,032 miles flown, and delivered unforgettable experiences to our passengers on board and on the ground, reuniting millions of families during the pandemic. You're the reason we go above and beyond, and you've helped us become the world's best airline a record 6 times. All this in just 25 years. Imagine what the next 25 will bring. Qatar Airways, 25 years of excellence.
A full day of action here at the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup Dakhla 2022, and waves are definitely back on the agenda as 41 male and female riders from 15 countries assembled to battle it out here in Morocco. The long wait for wave action was worth it, especially for the Brazilians who dominated most of the day. Soon after, Gabriel Benetton stepped up in Heat 1 of Round 1, the Brazilian aiming to uniquely reach his 3rd GKA final in only his 3rd ever competition.
Yeah, first time here in Morocco. The conditions are just incredible. I was out like on an 11-meter kite. The wind is perfect, the waves are bumping, and yeah, I'm stoked to make my first heat.
It's Gabriel, absolutely stoked. We'll see him later on in the day, but for now, we move on to the next heat.
Also finding the conditions in his favour was the 4 times Brazilian kite wave champion Artur Moraes, who advanced impressively from round 1. West Point local legend Mohammed Ali Bakali saw his years of riding development paying off today, commentating that the conditions rarely are as good as it gets here on the first real swell of the season. Rio de Janeiro Pedro Matos joined the Brazilian party next with a super tight demonstration of in-the-pocket riding, but the contest really lit up when Sebastian Ribiero entered the competition in round 3, signaling the quality to come in the later rounds. As the waves peaked, the Brazilian ex-QS surfer demonstrated an impeccable wave selection, scoring a 9.0 for the longest and most dynamic wave ride of the day.
My legs are burning, the wave is so long. I've been the whole day just watching all the hits. Super excited to go on the water. Finally I had my chance to grab some of these awesome waves. And yeah, super stoked. I think I did 2 good scores and yeah, ready for the next one.
Later in round 3, for those famous dreadlocks removed but still never to be outdone, Ayrton Cosolino, often impossibly looking hacks and hits, gave him the highest opening wave score of a heat, pitching him nicely in amongst the Brazilians. We are poised for an incredible climax to this event with even better wind and waves coming up in the forecast for West Point. Plus, look out for the first appearance of the current world champion James Carew, and the women will get their campaign underway. So don't miss out and tune in for day 2 of the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup Dakhla.
Okay, so I'm down here on the beach with our previous women's heat winner, Camille. Second time in Dakhla. How does it feel to be back, especially with conditions like this?
Yeah, as you said, finally we have some good wind and some good waves, so that's clearly amazing. I'm super happy to be again here with all the tour and the riders, and I mean the heat was very nice. I managed to go through the second one to the next one, so yeah, I'm happy.
That's brilliant. And just talk to us a little bit about that first heat. Obviously we struggled a little bit in the first one. What was your mindset coming into this heat after maybe a slightly disappointing first one?
Yeah, I mean the first one was not very easy mentally, but I got some few tips from Matthew Lopez, so he helped me a lot, and thanks to him, and yeah.
Well, it seems like Matthew's giving a few tips around, but great, you're through to the next round. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
We'll see you soon, and we'll go back to Joe to catch what's going on the water now.
Yeah, congratulations, Cami. Muy bien. Representing Switzerland coming out of Tarifa. I know she's going to be happy. Ay, pastelito. So we continue on as we have Zoe Basil, Kessiani Rodriguez and Charlotte Carpentier. Round number 3, heat number 1 out there on the water. And let's see, Zoe Basil putting on one of the best opening performance on tour I've ever seen, coming out of nowhere and throwing down a huge 13-point average on her first heat. But she is up against a very powerful Kessiani Rodriguez out of Brazil, a very powerful surfer, and also up against Charlotte Carpentier, one of the veterans on tour. She's been a multiple-time overall podium on the GKA Kite-Surf World Tour. And let's see how she does down here. But at the moment, there it is. As we said before, the power, Kessiani Rodriguez, with the highest scoring wave until the moment, with a 7.70 out of Brazil. And the highest combination heat score of a 13.97. So it looks like we have a battle out there, because also Charlotte Carpentier is a 9.67, currently in second position, and Zoe in third. 3 very, very talented young ladies out on the water, and I cannot wait to see what they bring to the table. And there we have the bird's eye view of our competition area, where you can see some of those waves off on the right-hand side, and our security team there making sure all our athletes are safe and everything is A-OK. 12 minutes on the clock. We've pushed up the heat time to 18 minutes so we can have even more action out there on the water. And currently we are in round number 2. Round number 3, excuse me, heat number 1. So the ladies are now battling it out to see who will continue on in this competition. Who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? As Kessiani Rodriguez and Zoe Basile have the 2 highest scoring heats of the competition. But it is Kessiani at the moment, the top athlete so far here in Dakhla, Morocco, coming out of Brazil. And what a way to start with a 6.27 and a 7.70 for your 2 opening waves. So just having a little look at the old leaderboard there, let's not forget that this is round number 3. So second and third will be going through to round number 4, where that is pure elimination zone, and the winner will be making it all the way through to round number 5. The idea of today is to make it through to the quarterfinals if all goes according to schedule. And let's not forget we have round number 5 of the men coming our way as well. As it stands, we have out there the highest scoring heat so far with Kessiani Rodriguez, who is on a mission as she has seen more of the other riders go in there. And we just saw Ali Bakali of round number 5 also make his way through. Next up, when we go over to the men, we will have Camille Delanois going up against Pedro Matos. That is going to be a big heat, as now we are definitely starting to separate the boys from the men as it is getting harder and harder. But hey, World Championship event down here in Morocco, Dakhla. If you are just joining us, good afternoon or good morning or good evening, depending where you are tuning in. And I hope you are enjoying the stream down here as we have very nice conditions. And the waves, I'm going to say it, are looking like they're starting to improve as the tide is now going out. It's got past that midpoint, and it is going on and on as we will be keep competing until about 7 o'clock in the afternoon. So the idea is to get to quarterfinals, as we said. Let's see how far we can push. But now let's enjoy it. It looks like we have a wave here, and there she is, Zoe Basile, bringing her way down, who has a very impressive first heat and looking to try and give Kessiani Rodriguez, the Brazilian, a run for her money so far. Starting to connect a few turns. Oh, just losing a balance there on the bottom, but managing to keep it together. I'm not quite sure how. Cat-like reflexes there. And it does look gusty. You can see how sometimes they just, some of those riders that depend a little bit too much on the kite, when it flutters them, they do get pulled off guard. And that was a very nice turn there. Kessiani, I can see out the back, starting to join some big turns. The young Brazilian athlete. And hitting that night, no tomorrow. Carew. Really nice one there from Kessiani Rodriguez, not holding anything back. And here we have Charlotte Carpentier also throwing down here on the inside. And let's have a look as the heats are standing. Is that going to improve on any of the scores? Zoe moving up. Yes, a 6.5. So she is in second position. Charlotte just waiting for a score to be dropped. Very close in between second and third position. Let's see what these ladies have for us, because they are definitely meaning business at the moment. Just gone past 3 o'clock in the afternoon over here, local time. And all right, one more time. Kessiani Rodriguez dropping in. Oh, just getting caught up there a little bit, unfortunately, there for Miss Rodriguez. As we just passed halfway through this heat. You can see there the F1 rider. And we continue on. But at the moment, even more scores. She is just shy of 14 points with a 13.97, the highest scoring heat of the day on the ladies' side. Kessiani Rodriguez. And I tell you what, these girls mean business. All of the riders making their way back out. Some very big numbers already. We've got a 770, a 673, and a 587. Those are the top scores. Kessiani Rodriguez, the only women athlete to get past 14 points. Throwing down the hammer here in Dakhla. And there you can see our competition area. And that little white booth there is our live stream office, where we have the front row seats to the best action of the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup here in Dakhla. What a way, what a day number 2. And what a way to start off the kite-surfing season with perfect right-handing, peeling waves. I was talking to some of the athletes and having a little chat to James Carew, our current world champion this morning. And all he says is, it's on, mate. It is on. Little bit of a lull in the heat now, but there has been quite a few sets. It does look like with this tide starting to push out a little bit, the waves are getting a bit more consistent, but they are now very dependent on the set waves, as there is too much water here on the inside that it has to be with one of those sets to be able to get those scores. So patience is definitely becoming more of a virtue, and wave selection one more time increasing in importance. At the moment, in first position, we have Kessiani Rodriguez. In second, we have Zoe Brazil. And in third, we have Charlotte Carpentier. Those are your athletes out there on the water, and all of them above the 10-point average. Charlotte Carpentier, 11.04. Zoe Brazil with a 11.53. And Kessiani Rodriguez with a 14.13. Already starting to throw down, but who we have on our screen? Basile trying to get past, as she needs the 7.41 if she wants to go into first place. Kessiani there, linking a few turns already, as this wave is actually starting to look nice. Really knows where to keep that kite in the sweet spot, and she had an absolute bomb of a smacker before. Making it all the way down, as she knows it is the closing moments of this heat, but that is pretty much a different wave. But still, she's going to milk it, she's going to use it, and she's going to squeeze that until the final drop. So all the way from the back, all the way to the shore, Kessiani Rodriguez, your heat leader. Now going back out there in the water. A very powerful athlete. One of the taller ladies here on tour. She definitely, you can see she has the power in the legs and drives through each one of those turns. Get in those extra points from our judges. And here we can see Zoe dropping in on yet another wave. Let's see what she has for us. Kesiani Rodriguez, 15.23. Double sevens. Talk about a statement out there. And this lady, Zoe Brazil, is the only one to have come close to those scores so far. Just unfortunately getting caught up there, but watch out. Here comes Charlotte Carpentier, because I can see a wave in the background looking good. Making away on this one. Big open face turn. Needs a 5.67. Oh, just timing that a little bit wrong and not quite being able to get onto it. As we approach the final minute of this heat, and it has been action-packed. Heat number 1 of round number 3 of the competition. Let's go, let's go! Ah, the waves are just getting better and better. They are getting better and better. Here we have Kesiani. Big smack off the top. Keeps going, keeping the speed. Huge bottom turn. Gets that kite along. And really has the flow. This girl is in sync. It's like a Swiss watch out there. Liking what I see here from the Brazilian. A big, open, arcing, flowy bottom turn that we saw there. Completely leaving the kite. Pure surfing style. I tell you what, the judges are loving that. And there is an 8.03. 8.03, the highest wave score of the day and of the ladies, and a 15.73 total. What a heat, what a way to start. Kesiani Rodriguez, incredible riding.
Okay, I'm here with Kezian, who's just absolutely stomped the heat. Biggest score so far, not only on the wave, but combined. How do you feel?
Você foi muito bem no seu hit e foi incrível, tá todo mundo surpreso com você. Como você se sente?
Eu sinto muito feliz de estar aqui representando esse Brasil tão lindo, maravilhoso, junto com essa princesa do kite que inspira muitas pessoas. E é isso, o vento estava incrível, as ondas perfeitas, eu nunca peguei tanta onda grande na minha vida. Então, para mim foi uma superação, mas é isso. Foco e próximo hit tem mais fogo e gás para as pessoas admirarem e aplaudir o show da gente, meninas que estamos aqui na água. Grande, thank you.
The wind is picking up, the waves are getting bigger. The men were yesterday, so the ladies were raring to go. They wanted to get in the water. Are you looking forward to your next heat? Nervous? How are we feeling?
As ondas estão crescendo, o vento está ficando mais forte e as meninas vão para a água. Você está nervosa? Você está gostando?
Não tem como ficar nervosa, a gente sim fica nervosa de ver tanto ondas assim na frente, quanto uma acostumada muito de ondas. Mas é isso, acho que creio que as meninas também têm um nível super alto e para mim é um aprendizado sim e creio que as meninas vão conseguir, como eu estou conseguindo. E é isso, foco e fé e para frente.
Well, congratulations, we see you later on. And right now we go back to the water action with Joe.
Highest scoring heat to date at the moment with more than 15 points and the highest scoring wave. This girl is on fire and she is throwing down, coming out on the water. Big bottom turns, carving hacks off the top. Really good to see. Can't wait to see more action. And talking about action, let's get over to the water because we are on with the next heat. All right, so here we have the next two riders out there. We got Susie and we have Katarina. Both of these athletes coming out of Germany and Sweden. They both really rip when it comes down to the waves. And at the moment, it looks like they are also up against Camille Lossaran. So this is round number 3, heat number 2. The loser, the second and third position of round number 3 will be going to round number 4, and the winning will be going all the way over to round number 5. Here we can see Joanna Katarina Ed in first position. We have Susie in second position and Camille Lossaran in third. Let's see what these ladies can bring for us. All right, so 18 minutes of action. We are now just a little shy of 14. We have Joanna Katarina Edin. We have Susie Schwartzstraber and Frances Kelly. Your 3 riders out there. 3 very talented young ladies. And at the moment, it is Katarina who is in first position with a 3.3, but followed very closely there by Schwartzstraber with a 2.53, and Frances Kelly still waiting to catch a wave. All right, so if I'm not mistaken, yes, that is Susie there. coming at us with a lot of speed there on the core. Nice and fluid style. Well, this girl has been training since the last time I've seen her. All right, looking for a little shampoo cover up there. Crouching down, but just the wave not exactly barren in material yet. But, you know, it's always good to have the hope. Always good to have the hope. And here we can see Katarina Edin already with a 6, looking for, in pursuit of that 6.26. Susie Swarstrauber, currently your leader. And here we have Kata. A little smackaroo off the top, coming very close to the old rocks there, making sure that she makes the most out of every single one of these turns. There we can see the current best heat and best wave just running through Kessiani Rodriguez. What a performance in that last heat. That is definitely going to be a very hard one to beat. Very impressed with her riding. I know she is a very talented strapless freestyler. It's the first time I've seen her in some decent waves. And wow, hat is off, hat is off. And all of the athletes making it back up into the top section to come on with yet another set, as we have just gone almost halfway through this heat. Heat number 2 of round number 3. Yes, so we're back. Thank you, Philip. So Susanne Strauber in second position out there at the moment with a 6.26. Changing places there with Joanna Katarina Edin. And here we can see, it's a little hard to see all the way from the top here. So yes, that is Frances Kelly, who is going to be connecting on her first wave, just unfortunately going off the back. And it is great to see everybody tuning in. I know one person going by the name of Philip. Tappers are overdue, my friend. Tappers are overdue. And I hope you are enjoying the action down here in Dakhla. Day number 2 of the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup. And what an event it has been so far. About 4 to 5 foot waves yesterday. Maybe 3 to 4 foot. But with the tide, it is coming up and up and up and up. We just had the highest scoring heat on the women's side, more than 15 points for Kessiani Rodriguez. And now in the water, it is Katarina Edin in the driver's seat. Susanne here in second position with a 6.26. And then Frances Kelly with a 4.87. Susanne putting on a very nice last wave. She's definitely been training in the off-season. And let's see how she can do here. And Frances getting munched, going down with the mermaids there after that wave. And let's see, as all of the athletes are making it one more time all the way back out to the back, to go back to the blue board, to go back to the old pizarra, and make a plan to come along and impress all of our judges. Just under 8 minutes left, and here we can see that is Katarina Edin making her way. So, Katarina Edin in first place with a 7.50. In second position, we have Susanne Schwartzstraber with a 6.26. And in third position, we have Frances Kelly with a 4.87. Quite close in between all of these ladies. And there we can see all three of them up the top of the competition area looking for the gold nugget to be coming their way and coming all the way down here right in front of the judges, so they can see the white in their eyes and see all of the moves. And dropping in, that does look like it is Susanne. It's quite hard to see from all the way out here. And yes, that is Susanne Schwartzstraber starting to drop in with a nice wave, keeping the speed. Core rider back to the foam ball, keeping herself busy. There it goes. Maintaining herself in that power section. Now, this is where you have to start to speed down, because this is where the wave will start to jack up in front of them, and they have to get past that first section. Looking like another nice wave here for the German athlete. Unfortunately, it has died out. But getting a few decent turns on this one. Is that going to be able to improve over that 2.53? We will soon find out. And a hack there to finish it off. Schwartzstraber putting on a good performance there. And here we have Katarina Edin, who just came back from Switzerland with a camp with a good friend, Jalou Langeret. Hoping to see her back in competition soon. As we have 5 minutes to go. 5 minutes to go of this heat. And Frances Kelly here on a wave on the right-hand side, nice and close to the rocks. So, Kata getting a very nice 4.80 there, bringing it up to 9, and a 4.27, so the second highest wave of the heat there from Susanne Schwartzstraber. As we have the final 4 minutes of this heat. And there is the bird's eye view of this beautiful location down in Western Sahara. Doesn't get much better when it comes to wave riding. Dakhla has more than 300 days of wind a year. A mecca for water sports. And we have with the hotel group, you have the beautiful location of West Point Hotel here for the waves. You can go over to Pekavan for the lagoon, and also Dakhla Attitude. If you want to come and learn kite surfing or have a very nice time this time of the year, it is a beautiful location. We are very fortunate to be able to come back year after year, and wow, have the conditions been with us over the past few days, where we can see the waves dropping in. And at the moment on the water, we have heat number 2, round number 2 of the ladies. And coming back very soon, we'll be changing back over to the men and making it all the way through to heat number 32, which is the end of round 5. Idea is to stop around quarterfinals, but we will have to see, depending on the conditions, winds. Let's not forget about 7:30 is when it starts to get dark and we can't really see much, so that's where we have to stop. It's just after 3:30 in the afternoon here local time, so definitely a good solid 4 more hours of competition. The best of the best athletes throwing down for us here. And at the moment on the water, round number 2 of the women with 2.5 minutes to go. And it doesn't get much better than that. Look at that view of our competition area. You can see some of the waves starting to break a little bit further up as that tide is just on its way out, but it is very full at the moment. There is a lot of movement, a lot of water moving right there on the right-hand point. And here we can see Frances Kelly trying to improve on one of these scores as she currently is in third position of this heat. Let's not forget, winner goes through to round number 5, and the second and third will have to battle it out in round number 4, where there is definitely elimination round. Frances Kelly on a very nice set wave here. This one is opening up really nicely. Let's see what the Canadian has for her. All the way down, she has to get past this section. It is opening up and peeling off. Great wave selection here. Making it all the way down to the end. Frances Kelly. Great riding. And here we can see also out the back, Susanne, who has improved so much over in the off-season. And it is great to see this young lady whipping as the closing 30 seconds, and it's opening up even on the bottom side here for her. Can she get a whack? No, she can't. Gets munched, unfortunately. And there we can see Katarina Edding just also powering her way through. So we're going to have to wait to see for some scores to be dropped. At the moment, it is Katarina with a 9.0. Frances Kelly getting a 5.0 feet for that last ride. And Susanne Schwartraber with an 8.17. Very even heat. But going through directly to round number 5 is going to be Joanna Katarina Edding. Let's have a little look at the highlights from this last heat.
So I'm down here with Katarina Edin, who's just come off the water and took the win. That's the first time you've had your heat here. A little bit of a waiting period, but how do you feel to finally get on the water, get wet, ride some waves? Is it good?
Oh yeah, thank you everyone for watching, and yeah, it was a super nice heat. I was struggling a little bit in the beginning and I didn't really know what I needed, or I didn't feel like I had the scores. But I found a few waves and I was switching it up with my backside, and yeah, it was a lot of fun. And yeah, all the girls are doing so well out here. I was impressed with the first round of the level already, so yeah, it's going to be exciting.
Yeah, people are ripping. And prior to Dakhla, you've sort of travelling around a lot. You've been to Brazil, you spent some time in Tarifa. All of this preparation, you think it's going to do you good justice for this event?
Yeah, for sure. Last year, which was the last competition of the year here, I decided to take a break from the tour for a year. And yeah, well, this was the first stop of the year, so I haven't missed much.
No.
So it feels great to be back. Yeah, super happy.
Well, it's great to have you back on tour. You're through to the next round. We look forward to seeing you in that heat. And now we go back to On the Water with Joe.
Thank you. Cheers.
One of the things, she's just come back from Sweden, had a very nice kite camp there together with Jalou Langare, and it's great to see more women athletes getting into the competition vibe and more women athletes all over the beaches. We could see with Kessiani Rodriguez in those last heats, they are pushing. And now we see Katarina there with a nice 9.0. The girls are here. They are here to stay. And we are definitely going to have action out on the water. Let's go back to the waters to see who is coming up next. All right, so there we have Daniela Moreno, Sonia Bunter, and Marcela Witt. Those are going to be your three athletes out here for this round number 3, heat number 3. First athlete will be making her way through to round number 5 directly, and the other two athletes are going to have to battle it out in round number 4. As of round number 4, it is woman versus woman, so it is one-on-one format, meaning whoever loses will be going home. Let's see, as it looks like we started off. Marcela Witt has a small wave, and Daniela Moreno and Sonia Bunter still yet to score. 18 minutes of action. We've just had about 3.5 minutes already as we continue on for day number 2 here of the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup, Dakhla. All right, so it looks like Sonia Bunter there starting to get ready with a wave, but this, there she is. All right, just unfortunately going off the back there as she has the one on behind. It is quite hard as it is quite offshore at the top. And there we can see Marcela Witt, our Brazilian superstar, who was joint first last year together with Capucine Delanoy. And looking forward to see how she's doing in this heat, as both Zoe Bizarre and Kessiani Rodriguez have put the bar very high with in between 13 to 15 point heat averages. We've already seen a 9.0 there from Katarina. And let's see what is going to be happening in this heat, as it does look like some sets are starting to roll in. And last year's joint first, Marcela Witt, is on the water. Let's see how she does here in Morocco. So Sonia Bunter back on the tour. She had a very hard time after a second vaccination of COVID that really affected her health. And for about 6 months, she's been in and out of hospital. And looks like she's getting back on now. And she's looking full form as she's already, at the moment, got a couple waves under her belt. She has been on tour for quite a long time and she's had some great results. Top five places in multiple world championships in Germany and Morocco, and then also she has 7 GKA overall events, and looking forward to seeing her more here in Morocco as she is starting to power through. Let's see, I can see her coming through out the corner of my booth. And there she is on your screen, Sonia Bunter on the core kite. And let's not forget the first position will be making their way through to round number 5, and second and third will have to battle it out in round number 4, as this is heat number 3 of round number 3 of the women's kiteboarding here at the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup. All right, Sonia taking off on a little inside flat section here. So there she is dropping in. Let's see what she can make of this wave. Little bit of a check back turn, managed to stay on. This one's picking up nicely. Got to get that kite down. She wants to be able to stay on it because the flatter it is, the harder it is to hit the top part of the lip. Here we have Marcela Witt. Coming out of Brazil, she has her own television series back there in Brazil. She travels around taking kiting into remote locations, and she has a smile 24/7. A very talented young surfer, and she is now competing here in Dakhla. She's come here quite a few times, and she was the joint first of last year. And looking forward to seeing how her off-season has been. She's also been concentrating quite a lot on the wingfoil on her sister tour of the GWA Wingfoil World Tour. And just waiting to see the score of that last heat. At the moment, she is in second position, but just moved up to first there with that last wave of a 4.07. So Marcela Witt in the lead for 5.87. All right, so just about halfway through this heat. Marcela Witt in the lead, slightly with a 5.87. At the moment, not too many set waves coming through. And Daniela Moreno there from Spain, who won her first heat. currently in second position. Let's not forget, the winner goes through to round number 5. And the other two will have to battle it out in that round number 4, which is elimination time, which means if you lose that heat, you will be going home. Second day of competition down here in Dakhla, Morocco. And we've already had some very nice conditions. Be moving back to the guys very soon, as we are going to have world champion James Carew coming back out onto the water. But I tell you what, once again, Ayrton Cosilino is hungry. Sebastian Ribiero with the highest overall score to date here in Dakhla. And I cannot wait to see them battle it out, because the idea is to make it all the way through to quarterfinals. And let's see, as we probably have light here until about 7 o'clock, 7:30. So we are going to be pushing forward. And let's go, let's go. All right, so dropping in, and Daniela Moreno. Got a nice little wave here. Let's see what she has for us. Going a bit too far out on the flats on that one, so a little one-hit wonder as she is looking to improve on a 1.83. Just not quite getting the power in the kite that she needed, and sinking a bit there, so that's going to be not the best attempt there from Daniela as we approach the final 5 minutes of this heat. And a little bit of a lull here in this heat as all of the athletes make their way back up to the top. I can't see much movement out there. Sets are taking a little bit more, but we saw this on the upper push. Now it is about an hour after that high tide, so it's going to be at the same position. I reckon we're going to have a little bit of a lull for about half an hour. And then hopefully the waves one more time will start pushing, as we are just coming up on 4 o'clock in the afternoon over here local time for the second day of competition. All right, so back in position, we can see up the top there is Marcela Witt and Sonia Bunter. Here we have Marcela going backside, taking off on a wave. Let's see what she can make of it. Trying to signal something, not quite sure what she's trying to say there, but doesn't look too happy. And that's the end of this heat. So just waiting for confirmations. But yes, Marcela Witt is going to be making her way through to the next round, as she will be going directly into round number 5. And Sonia Bunta and Daniela Moreno will have to battle it out there in round number 4 to stay alive in this competition. So here we are in day number 2 of the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup in Morocco. As you can see there, our contest area waves are a little far and few between at the moment. And let's see as that tide pushes out to see if we can have some more action. But while we're waiting, let's take a short commercial break.
I've thought about this, I've dreamt about this. It's just been such a great experience, and I'm so stoked. No words to describe how great I'm feeling right now.
So I'm down here with the previous heat winner, Marcela Witt. That's the first heat you've had. You've taken the win. How do you feel to be back in Dakhla?
I'm super happy to be here again. The wind is completely different than last year, so everything is new for me. It's super strong. I'm super happy to win my heat, and I hope I can get in the final again this year.
No, I was going to say last year, obviously joint first with Capucine. You were wanting to get that far again. What do you think is going to be able to take you to that level and make it to the finals of the 2022 event here in Morocco?
I really want to make it to the final. I was already like making all the names and everything to see if I could go with Carew again in the final, because it would be a dream, like have the same as last year and like finish it.
It's a little bit of unfinished business, no?
Yes, we have to finish, but I don't know, like with all the names, I don't know if you're going to be able to be in the final together because of the heats and everything. But I want to make the final, so...
Well, there we go. And the level of the ladies riding this year is pretty crazy. The conditions are amazing, which is fabulous. Yeah. We're going to see you in action again, hopefully soon.
Yes.
Well done.
Thank you so much.
And we'll see you in the next one.
Thank you.
Now we head back to the live stream with Joe on the current heat that's on the water.
I've thought about this, I've dreamt about this. It's just been such a great experience, and I'm so stoked. No words to describe how great I'm feeling right now.
A full day of action here at the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup Dakhla 2022, and waves are definitely back on the agenda as 41 male and female riders from 15 countries assemble to battle it out here in Morocco. The long wait for wave action was worth it, especially for the Brazilians who dominated most of the day. Soon after, Gabriel Benetton stepped up in Heat 1 of Round 1, the Brazilian aiming to uniquely reach his third GKA final in only his third ever competition.
Yeah, first time here in Morocco. The conditions are just incredible. I was out like on an 11-meter kite. The wind is perfect, the waves are bumping, and yeah, stoked to make my first heat.
It's Gabriel, absolutely stoked. We'll see him later on in the day, but for now, we move on to the next heat.
Also finding the conditions in his favour was the 4 times Brazilian kite wave champion Artur Moraes, who advanced impressively from round 1. West Point local legend Mohamed Ali Bakali saw his years of riding development paying off today, commentating that the conditions rarely are as good as it gets here on the first real swell of the season. Rio de Janeiro Pedro Matos joined the Brazilian party next with a super tight demonstration of in-the-pocket riding, but the contest really lit up when Sebastian Ribiero entered the competition in round 3, signaling the quality to come in the later rounds. As the waves peaked, the Brazilian ex-QS surfer demonstrated an impeccable wave selection, scoring a 9.0 for the longest and most dynamic wave ride of the day.
My legs are burning, the wave is so long. I've been the whole day just watching all the hits. Super excited to go on the water. Finally I had my chance to grab some of these awesome waves. And yeah, super stoked. I think I did 2 good scores and yeah, ready for the next one.
Later in round 3, for those famous dreadlocks removed but still never to be outdone, Ayrton Cosolino, often impossibly looking hacks and hits, gave him the highest opening wave score of a heat, pitching him nicely in amongst the Brazilians. We are poised for an incredible climax to this event with even better wind and waves coming up in the forecast for West Point. Plus, look out for the first appearance of the current world champion James Carew, and the women will get their campaign underway. So don't miss out and tune in for day 2 of the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup Dakhla.
I've thought about this, I've dreamt about this. It's just been such a great experience and I'm so stoked. No words to describe how great I'm feeling right now.
Full day of action here at the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup Dakhla 2022, and waves are definitely back on the agenda as 41 male and female riders from 15 countries assemble to battle it out here in Morocco. The long wait for wave action was worth it, especially for the Brazilians who dominated most of the day. Soon after, Gabriel Benetton stepped up in Heat 1 of Round 1, the Brazilian aiming to uniquely reach his third GKA final in only his third ever competition.
Yeah, first time here in Morocco, the conditions are just incredible. I was out like on an 11-meter kite. The wind's perfect, the waves are bumping, and yeah, stoked to make my first heat.
It's Gabriel, absolutely stoked. We'll see him later on in the day, but for now, we move on to the next heat.
Also finding the conditions in his favour was the 4 times Brazilian kite wave champion Artur Moraes, who advanced impressively from round 1. West Point local legend Mohamed Ali Bakali saw his years of riding development paying off today, commentating that the conditions rarely are as good as it gets here on the first real swell of the season. Rio de Janeiro Pedro Matos joined the Brazilian party next with a super tight demonstration of in-the-pocket riding, but the contest really lit up when Sebastian Ribiero entered the competition in round 3, signaling the quality to come in the later rounds. As the waves peaked, the Brazilian ex-QS surfer demonstrated an impeccable wave selection, scoring a 9.0 for the longest and most dynamic wave ride of the day.
My legs are burning, the wave is so long. I've been the whole day just watching all the hits. Super excited to go on the water. Finally I had my chance to grab some of these awesome waves. And yeah, super stoked. I think I did 2 good scores and yeah, ready for the next one.
Later in round 3, for those famous dreadlocks removed but still never to be outdone, Ayrton Cosolino, often impossibly looking hacks and hits, gave him the highest opening wave score of a heat, pitching him nicely in amongst the Brazilians. We are poised for an incredible climax to this event with even better wind and waves coming up in the forecast for West Point. Plus, look out for the first appearance of the current world champion James Carew, and the women will get their campaign underway. So don't miss out and tune in for day 2 of the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup Dakhla.
I've thought about this, I've dreamt about this. It's just been such a great experience and I'm so stoked. No words to describe how great I'm feeling right now.
A full day of action here at the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup Dakhla 2022, and waves are definitely back on the agenda as 41 male and female riders from 15 countries assemble to battle it out here in Morocco. The long wait for wave action was worth it, especially for the Brazilians who dominated most of the day. Soon after, Gabriel Benetton stepped up in Heat 1 of Round 1, the Brazilian aiming to uniquely reach his third GKA final in only his third ever competition.
Yeah, first time here in Morocco. The conditions are just incredible. I was out like on an 11-meter kite. The wind is perfect, the waves are bumping, and yeah, stoked to make my first heat.
It's Gabriel, absolutely stoked. We'll see him later on in the day, but for now, we move on to the next heat.
Also finding the conditions in his favour was the 4 times Brazilian kite wave champion Artur Moraes, who advanced impressively from round 1. West Point local legend Mohamed Ali Bakali saw his years of riding development paying off today, commentating that the conditions rarely are as good as it gets here on the first real swell of the season. Rio de Janeiro Pedro Matos joined the Brazilian party next with a super tight demonstration of in-the-pocket riding, but the contest really lit up when Sebastian Ribiero entered the competition in round 3, signaling the quality to come in the later rounds. As the waves peaked, the Brazilian ex-QS surfer demonstrated an impeccable wave selection, scoring a 9.0 for the longest and most dynamic wave ride of the day.
My legs are burning, the wave is so long. I've been the whole day just watching all the hits. Super excited to go on the water. Finally I had my chance to grab some of these awesome waves. And yeah, super stoked. I think I did 2 good scores and yeah, ready for the next one.
Later in round 3, for those famous dreadlocks removed but still never to be outdone, Ayrton Cosolino, often impossibly looking hacks and hits, gave him the highest opening wave score of a heat, pitching him nicely in amongst the Brazilians. We are poised for an incredible climax to this event with even better wind and waves coming up in the forecast for West Point. Plus, look out for the first appearance of the current world champion James Carew, and the women will get their campaign underway. So don't miss out and tune in for day 2 of the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup Dakhla.
I've thought about this, I've dreamt about this. It's just been such a great experience and I'm so stoked. No words to describe how great I'm feeling right now. I've thought about this, I've dreamt about this. It's just been such a great experience and I'm so stoked. No words to describe how great I'm feeling right now.
And welcome back as we now are continuing on with the men round number 5, heat number 2. Going out on the water, we are going to have Camille Delanois from France going up against Pedro Matos from Brazil. Pedro, one of the most powerful surfers we have out here, and Camille Delanois also riding very well in the heats we've seen now as he won and making it all the way through to round number 5. So let's see what kind of action we're going to have out there as we are in the closing seconds, because we have 18 minutes of action coming our way. Camille Delanois is going to be on the red North Kite, and Pedro Matos will be on the grey duotone. France versus Brazil, and it is off. We are getting ready to rumble. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. All right, so 4.5 for that first wave there from Pedro. And you can see here Camille Delanois there with a 3.03. Two very talented young men as we get off with round number 5. Let's not forget, it is a man-on-man situation out there, so whoever loses will be out of the competition. And we can hear the music on the beach as they are pumping it up there. And we're just under 15 minutes. The vibe on the beach here is starting to get a party. And here we have Camille Delanois starting to make his way down. And engaging there on turn number 1. We've seen the waves are starting. Looks like we got past that point in the tide where the waves are starting to come back. And a lot of spray off of that one. Up to the power point. This is a very nice wave here from Camille, making his way down a little bit late on the timing there on that one. It's going to cost him a little bit of the points. But that is going to be wave number 2 there for the Frenchman, as he is probably going to be moving into first position after that last surf.
Sonido ambiente de esa cámara afuera.
And here we can see Camille making his way out. Pedro also already all the way out at the point. So Camille there with a 4.40 on that last wave. 7.43 totaling out at the moment. And Pedro calm, cool and collected as he knows the higher potential scoring waves are the ones all the way out the back. As both of the athletes are circling around that impact zone area like sharks, getting ready to pounce, getting ready to destroy, to bite. We want to see blood out there. And we can see here some of our athletes starting to get ready. Let's go out to the far back of the competition area, guys, so we can see our athletes. There they are. Just calm, cool, and collected all the way out there. That is Pedro Matos rocking up the Neo D-Lab new kite out from Duotone Kiteboarding with the Alula. A lot of the kite brands starting to really develop on the conditions and on the construction of their kites to be able to get out there earlier and stay out there longer. All right, so 7.43 still. Both of the riders waiting out the back. We've had about 2 sets per heat. Let's see when the next one will be coming through here. We already had that's heat number 1. So at the moment it is Camille Delanois with a 4.40 and a 3.03. Totaling out at a 7.43. Pedro Matos at the moment with a 4.5. Both athletes out the back waiting for that set. As we said before, about 7 minutes in between sets. And now it is a time to be patient and hope for those waves to come through. As that tide is going out, we can see the waves are quite far and few between, but we did see them increase yesterday as that started going through. As we can see that tide getting lower and lower. And they had an amazing session at the end of the day. We reckon we can compete probably until about 7:30 in the afternoon. And looking forward to seeing the action of them out there on the water. But at the moment it is Camille Delanois in the driver's seat as we are just approaching the halfway mark in this heat. And we continue on here for day number 2 of the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup. All right, so we're under 8 minutes here of this heat, and it is a little slow because there are no waves actually coming their way. And you can see there Pedro starting to get a little bit frustrated as he knows he is in second position so far. You want to stay quite close up on the right-hand side, so you keep that priority. But at the moment, Camille Delanois with 2 waves, but anything from safe, because both of these boys are more than capable of producing a 7+ ride. And let's see what is going to happen, because the clock is ticking away. And at the moment, I am going to say it. There really are no sections coming in. And if I'm not mistaken, yes, that is Camille Delanois. I reckon he's going to want to try and increase on that 3.3, but is he going to take the risk and go on this one? It does look like he's having a little look-see. Yep, okay, he is engaging. All right, Camille Delanois from France. Check turn off, so no, not making much of that, because you can see wave just not having the potential there. Pedro Matos there in the back also. Here we can see the bird's eye view. Camille Delanois dropping in, looking to improve on a 3.3. Nice turn there just to get it on the inside. You can see this is one of the smaller waves because we have not had a lot of action here in this heat. Turn number 2. Good timing on that one. Hitting it right in the sweet spot as that wave was coming down. And now he's just going to straight line it to try and get past this section. Opens himself up. And a nice vertical up off the wave. Still not quite getting onto that vertical axis, but making the most of the conditions at hand, because, you know, if the waves are not coming to you, you have to produce the goods. And Camille coming all the way down, looking to improve on that backup score. And I reckon he might after that wave. And there we can see the competition area, everybody getting ready down here on the shore. And they are out, getting their way back up to the right-hand side. Pedro Matos being very patient. And if I'm not mistaken, it looks like he is going to drop in on a wave, but it is not looking much. But he knows he has to start scrambling because Camille a 5.53. Pedro needing a 5.44 if he wants to be taking the lead. And let's see if he can do. But some of these waves, they just really are not coming up on the reef. And here we can have a little one-hit wonder for him there. And just trying to get past. And joining it and linking it nicely. Good hit there from the Brazilian. 5.44 is what he's looking for. At the moment, 9.93 total for Camille Delanois in the leads, with a little bit less than 5 minutes on the clock. All right, getting a 4.47 for that last wave, meaning that still needing a 5.44. And now it is starting to get quite close, because at the moment the scores are very similar, and they're coming in on about 3.5 minutes, just over 3.5 minutes left of this heat, and we have not seen any set waves. So Pedro Matos at the moment in an unusual sticky position, and we're trying to see if he can get in on a wave. He's all the way out the back, so these are one of those moments where he is just going to have to hope and wait for a set wave to come in, because he's not going to be coming in on the inside. And I'm sticking my head outside of the stream office that we have here, and I must admit I cannot see many bumps coming at him. Quite a lully and no wave heat as both of the athletes. I can see Camille in front of Pedro there with the red North Kite, the new carve there by North Kiteboarding, and Pedro out there on the Neo D-Lab by Duotone Kiteboarding. And they are going to have to start to scramble because it is less than 3 minutes. And I know both of these boys have watches on their wrists, so they are going to start to get nervous. And a little bit more there for Pedro. as he is in a very sticky situation at the moment because he needs to get a wave, and with the small size that we have out there in this heat, he needs to get a 5.44. Don't get me wrong, Pedro Matos, I've seen 10-point rides from this guy, a very talented young Brazilian. But at the moment, the ocean not throwing him a bone at all. So 2 minutes. I am sticking my head outside of the stream office here, because I am going to say it does look like there's a little bit of something coming. And there you can see. All right, so turning around first is Camille. And it does look like Pedro is going to have a nice wave out the back as well. So I reckon both of these boys are going to have one more opportunity to go at it. So a very important wave for both of these. First engaging Camille Delanois. First turn, just a little check turn as the wave flattened out. Pedro in the back, I can see his kite swooping. And again, also both of these riders, check turn, synchronized surfing out there. Camille, good hit off of the white water, making the most of that push. Pedro still, Camille, hit number 2. Starting to link this together. Missed the timing a little bit on that one, unfortunately. Able to get himself all the way back up. 1 minute left on the heat, so this is going to be the final wave for both of these athletes. And Camille definitely making the most of this. Oh, big turn back. Letting that hand loose. Pedro also out the back, going big, I can tell you, waiting to see. So that's going to be end of that wave there for Camille Delanois. Pedro getting some very big hits. Very big hits here in the middle section. He's milking this all the way down. This is going to be very close in between these two riders. And the bottom section of this wave opening up very nice for the Brazilian. And he is trying to milk it to the end because he knows how important that is. Wow, we are definitely going to have to wait for this one. Wait for the buzzer because there are 10 seconds. What are going to be the scores from our judges on those last two waves? That is going to be very, very, very close. And there is the buzzer. And what a interesting heat, because the waves definitely were not there and only...
So I'm down on the beach with Pedro Matos, who's just come out of the heat against Camille Boyer, which was super, super close. Pedro, you managed to catch the wave. There wasn't really many waves in that set, but it came right at the last second for you. Pleased to go through?
Yeah, that was a hard one. There was like no waves in the entire heat. The only sack I could get was the last one. As 1 second before the heat, like I could see there was like some 3 good sets.
Yeah.
And I said, oh man, it's gonna take a while to come another one like those. And I tried to get a couple on the inside, but like I knew I couldn't get like over a 5 or over a 4.5.
Yeah.
So I just like, after waiting a long time out there, I got a little one and made it like a 4.5. But then I said, now I need a big one. And I knew Camille didn't have the big one. So I just keep outside with the priority. And when the big one came, I did what it needs to be.
Yeah, you managed to surf it all the way in towards the judges. Just talk to us a little bit about the conditions. This is your first heat of the day, a little bit later on in the afternoon. You obviously competed yesterday. Much difference between yesterday's conditions and today?
Yeah, like today is much more wind.
Yeah.
And actually it's much more waves, but
clearly quite gusty here.
yeah, and as you can see, it's pretty gusty, but I'm on my 10. And yeah, just kind of lucky that the waves didn't come, but lucky that they will come in the last second. But yeah, I wish for the next heat we could have like more waves, and that's it.
Well, hopefully a set comes your way in the next heat. I'll let you get the kite down. Well done. And now we head back to Joe for the action on the water now.
Yeah, thanks, Liam. Very good there from Pedro, putting it down on the final minute. And great riding there from Camille Delanoy, but unfortunately just not being able to get that final wave. So Pedro taking the win, and coming up next, let's go straight to the water, because we have the highest heat score combination yesterday and the highest wave score, Sebastian Ribiero, and he is going up against Yaris Del Olmo. All right, so we are back in action, and Sebastian straight off the bat with an 8.4. I tell you what, this boy is hungry, and he is definitely throwing down some big numbers every single time he comes out onto the water. There we can see there, Yaris Del Olmo just going off the back of that wave. Unfortunately, not quite timing that right. He at that moment has a 3.07. But it is the Brazilian with an 8.57. The highest score on the male riding here of day number 2 of Dakhla. And wow, what a way to start off your heat. What a way to start off your heat. All right, 13.5 minutes. This is what I love. We're getting to those heats where it starts to get creative. We saw there in that heat before, very unusual, only one set, as Pedro said. Camille and him putting it down, throwing it from the very beginning. And as they say, patience is a virtue. I must say, I haven't had much patience. I was getting very frustrated out there that those waves were not coming in, because when two guys like Camille and Pedro are on the water, you just want to see them throwing down, and because they are the best of the best in their game. Pedro leaving it to the very end. Both of the boys only about 0.06 of a point difference in between the two of them. But in the end, it was the Brazilian Matos going through to the next round. And out on the water now, we have one of our top athletes, Sebastian Ribiero. As I mentioned yesterday, had the best combination score and the best wave score of a 9.0. Opening up with an 8.57, so the best opener of the event. The Brazilians definitely mean business. So let's see what is going to be happening here in heat number 3 of round number 5 of the competition. 18 minutes of action. Still, we are staying at 100% waves. What are we looking for? We're looking for the flow, the style, the power, linking moves, hitting the wave in that pocket, the sweet spot, as we were calling, and making sure that you are getting all of the power and using the power of the wave and not just using the power of the kite. One of the things that is definitely differentiating here with Sebastian Ribiero, if you took his kite away, he would pretty much be surfing the same. He is connected to the wave, connected to the pocket, and that really does make the difference, and you can see that in the scores. All right, so that was Ribeiro starting to go off, waiting for his second score to come in. There are big lows in these heats so far. That is why we have added a little bit more time on the ticker. And thankfully we did that, because if not, in between Camille and Pedro would have not been a single set in their whole heat. So good call there from our technical crew. And Pedro making it through, and here's Sebastian there with that second 7.57, really getting the big scores here. He is definitely the man to beat at the moment. But let's not forget, some of the big heavy hitters are coming up. Pedro already in there, Machu Lopez still to come out. Current world champion is James Carew, and also a past world champion, Ayrton Cosolino. I tell you what, they have been sharpening the knives. They got the guns, the strings, they got the bullets, they got everything, because nobody wants to go home early. And they are all battling it out here in Dakhla. What a good day of action we have had so far, as we are just below 10 minutes. And already Sebastian Ribeiro putting on the highest combination heat score of the day. Is he going to take 2 for 2? We will soon find out. All right, just coming up on that halfway point through this heat. 9 minutes. And all the way out the back. All right, that is Sebastian Ribeiro, front and center. Let's see what he has here for this wave number 3. He's looking back to see if there's going to be a bigger one, but no engaging. All right, straight off the top, getting timing. Once again, staying on it. Oh, picture perfect. Sending the water fly in. Getting as well all the way down. Now he has a big section, gets past it. Right, ready to engage again. Look at that timing. Has the speed, gets the entry, gets the expert, comes off of the top, flies down, and now he's going to hit it one more time right in that pocket. This is one of a beautiful wave we have seen so far. Going vertical, letting the tail loose, making sure he is dotting all the I's and crossing all the T's. Right in front of the judges here. Letting it loose on every single turn. This is what we want to start to see all the way down. Wabang there from the Brazilian Sebastian Ribeiro. What numbers are we going to see coming up? That is definitely one of the best waves we've seen so far in the contest. And I'm going to go out there and say it's probably one of the best waves we've seen today. All right, so there's 7.5 minutes on the clock. Just waiting for that wave score to come in and see if he is going to improve on that score. Beautiful first section, but we didn't quite see the first section. The judges a little higher than us, so they would be able to get a better bird's eye view. But Sebastian Ribiero, as I said before, is definitely the man to beat. And there it is. Yet another 8. 17.23. Ladies and gentlemen, señores and señoritas, mademoiselle and monsieur, the Brazilians are here, I can tell you that. And they are here to stay. At the moment, only 2 men are able to hold them off. And that is the likes of James Carew, Machu Lopez, and Ayrton Cosolino, who are equaling on scores. But Sebastian Ribiero is definitely a step ahead of most of the riders out there. Let's see how the rest of the higher ranked riders are going to be throwing down here for day number 2 as we are in round number 5. And let's not forget elimination rounds. So whoever loses is going to be packing their bags and going home. All right, here we have Yadi. Big smack. Oh, such a shame. Loads of water coming off of the top of that one. That was a very nice backside hack there from Yadi Olmo. And it looks like there's actually a set coming in there. Seb was thinking of taking a wave, but it looks like he's gone back around. And I can see out of the corner, and you can see here on your screen, that it is starting to get cozy out there. All right, so coming in, that is Yadi Olmo going for a second one. A little bit less vertical there, but keeping it safe. Good timing, foam row, but just getting off of the wave, getting off the back. A shame there for him. And Sebastian Ribiero is out of the back. I can tell you that he is looking like, there's his kite, looking like he is starting to go and engage on a wave. Let's have a look at Sebastian Ribiero to the right-hand side of the screen. All right. El de la derecha. Sebastian Ribiero, just waiting for him to come on stream, but I can tell you he's already had 1, 2. There he is appearing, coming down, getting some speed, getting some power, making his way through. A little bit of a foam climb there to engage and make sure he's in the right pocket. This is going to be a good one. Wow, bang! Straight off the top there for Sebastian. Going to be making his way all the way down. Wave has definitely flattened off. Let's see if it's going to make something over here. He is making sure he is right in the pocket. Foam climbing all the way along. Oh, and going for a little shampoo. Head and shoulders over here. What's out? And the Brazilian mixing it up and giving the judges a little show. His backup score of a 8.40. And here you can see foam climb. Make sure he keeps the speed. Goes down, and now here, just a little bit of a cover. Yeah, he got his head wet. I'll give it to him. He did get his head wet, so a little shampoo there. A great ride in there from Sebastian Ribiero. And now both of these athletes are going back because Yadi Olmo there with a 4.0 for that last one. As we just come under 4 minutes left of this heat. There it is, the highest wave of the contest. Put your hands together and get out of your seats. Sebastian Ribiero with a 9.57. That was a huge score there from him, 9.57. Incredible work there from the Brazilian. And wow, I tell you what, if you're at home on your sofa, it's time to get the snacks, get a cold one, a coffee if you're just waking up, make it a double so you can jump up and down because there is action, as the old Brian Talma would say. Action out here on the water. The best heat we have seen so far. And I know all of the athletes are going to be worried and start looking and see the action because watch this. The Brazilian athlete making his way down 9.57. Definitely not messing around. And just this is where he does that wall climb, gets up. You can see, just gets over, make sure he keeps the speed. And then here just sees the opportunity and has a little shower. And he can save himself from doing that this afternoon. Why not if you have the skills there? Little bit of a barrel ride from the Brazilian and in the lead, 18.40. Yowza! That is what I call a combination score on a heat. All right, the final minute, and both the athletes are already up at the top of the competition area. I can see some of the girls getting ready to throw down one more time. And there we can see some of the guys from our Volcano crew, the live stream here in Dakhla. Doing on a great job. First time working with us, and it is really cool to see the action out here on the stream, and I hope you guys and girls are enjoying it back home. Because I tell you what, front row seats, and talking about front row, Yannis Delormo starting to throw some turns as he knows he is unfortunately comboed out. Big slash there from Yari, very nice. Whipping that tail around and trying to go and get a closer here. Because even though this is definitely a good way from him, he is comboed out. So it is going to be your winner, Sebastian Ribiero from Brazil. All right, and Seb just still has some fun. He knows he has this one in the bag, and we will be going down to the beach with him and getting an interview very soon. Highest combination score, highest wave score of the contest. 2 for 2. This man is on fire, and let's see how he continues on in this day number 2, as the idea is to get through all the way to the quarterfinals. But we will have to find out as the conditions are still there. Coming up on 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Yesterday, we stopped around 20 past 7, so still a good solid 2 hours. And let's have a little look at the highlights from that heat.
Sebastian Ribiero, what a heat. That was the highest combo scoring we've seen all competition. Absolutely shredding out there. It seemed like the waves lined up nicely for you. Give us your overall thoughts because you're through to the next round.
How was the scores? Actually, I don't know yet.
Off the top of my head, from when I last looked, you were on around sort of the high 18s mark, so 2 high 8-point waves. I think you even got a 9 in there as well.
Wow, that's incredible. Once again, my legs are burning.
Yeah.
I mean, this wave is so fun. I just can't stop riding it. You know?
Just tell us a little bit more about the wave.
Yeah. So you have more or less 3 sections. You have the first one, the second, and the last one that is more hollow. So I'm just trying to open the wave, do 2 good turns, then play a little bit more and focus on the end sections. I think that's where the money turns are.
Yeah.
I think I'm doing great, and just, you know, I just want to have fun. Just want to go on the water. The waves are fun. It's really hard to be on the beach watching the hits all day. I mean, you just want to go riding, you know, and shredding.
I mean, especially when the waves are like what they are.
Yeah.
And your background in surfing, you know, massive surfing background. The judges, you know, we can all clearly see that. That, you know, knowledge of the waves, and, you know, it's really going to excel. And do you think that gives you the upper hand over, you know, a fleet of the athletes?
Yeah, I think for sure it gives me some kind of extra.
Yeah.
You know, I started surfing when I was 6 years old, so I think my way how to read the wave is kind of different. You know, it's just, there's no right or wrong. It's just different. So I'm trying also to position myself in the best pocket, in the right pocket of the wave. So I think that's where I'm getting all the scores from.
Well, look, I mean, 2 massive scores there. Really great to see. We can't wait to see you in action again.
Yeah.
Congratulations. And we now go back to the water where Joe is commentating on what's currently happening out there.
Welcome back, everybody, as we are now round number 5, heat number 4 out on the water. And we have a past world champion and the winner from last year, Ayrton Cozzolino, is out there on the water from Italy. And Monim Maji from Morocco, your 2 riders. Both of these boys starting to throw down as we have already got this one off to a roll. And let's have a look as I can hear some shouting out there on the shore, meaning that I can see it. Ayrton Cozzolino starting to come down. Let's get right into the action. All right, both of those riders are making their way back out. And you can see already some scores coming in. Ayrton Cozzolino with a 6.33 and Monim Maji with a 4.97. All right, so we're back. As it looks like Ayrton Cosolino now has 2 6-point rides, and I can hear some shouts out the back. And Maggi also giving a run for his money on that last wave of a 6.0. Ayrton Cosolino, the winner of past year's edition. It is great to see him back on the water, but Sebastian Ribiero in that last heat getting those top 2 scores, 8 above and a 9.57, the highest score of the contest so far. What a way to start off this day number 2 for him. And we are going to be continuing on as now Ayrton Cosolino and Maggi all the way up the top. And let's see what the past world champion and last year's winner can throw in here. Has he got the goods to take it down and continue on? We will soon find out as we are now in round number 5 of the competition here. Day number 2 of the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup. There we can see Ayrton just eyeing up a smaller wave, but he's obviously seen something he's liked. All right, starting to engage. So who we have? Cosolino. A couple of little check turns just to keep back. That's a better hit, getting into the lip there. Once again now, okay, so this little inside roller is starting to make some moves for him here. He's definitely liked something, because he's kind of turned around and took off on one of these smaller inside sections. All right, goes for the air, twigs it out. Ayrton. Ain't called Ayrton Airlines Cosolino for no reason. All right, so mixing it up, starting again, and I said this yesterday, and I say this today. When Ayrton is having fun and he is smiling, he is dangerous. And I know he has seen the likes of Sebastian Ribiero for that last heat. So he is going to start to push it, because they know what they have to do if they want to be fighting out against each other. So Cosolino and Maggi, but Maggi is right in there with a 6.0. As we had just gone past the halfway point, as let's see, as it looks like there's another set coming our way, as both of those riders making their way all the way out to the back. Okay, Cosolino one more time. He is really using those nuggets right next to the rocks. He likes these little waves. I think he's going to try and maybe start to see some air things from him. Oh, a beauty. Releasing the tail, going complete 180, slashing the wave back together there, going back to the whitewater off the top, making sure that second section. This is lining up nicely, and I can see out the corner of my booth. This wave is starting to get a little bit of hollowness to it. Okay, all big, letting go of the bar, getting the full body into it, throwing that shoulder wide. And here he is coming down the line. This is where we saw him putting some of those airs in before. All right, here he is. He's going. What are we going to see here from Cosolino? As he is looking for something. There it is. He is going to be trying this air maneuver. Oh, air to revert on the inside. This is a very nice wave, mixing it up, combining the strap. There's a freestyle, another little ollie there. And what a wave there from Ayrton Cosolino. Going to be interesting to see how the judges score that. It was a smaller wave. He did ride it all the way from the top. Got an air there, but there was that mid-section where he really did use the kite. Judges are liking to see when the riders are connected to the wave, but he had the element of freestyle in there. So interesting. Let's have a look and see what that last wave score is going to be there from Ayrton Cosolino. And here we can see this is where he powered through and was waiting to be able to get that air section. And here it is. Big pushed out 180 on the tail, landing front foot heavy so he can get the spin around, keeps the speed, and manages to link another couple of turns into that one. Definitely going to be a good score, but I'm going to be interested to see how much of a good score that is going to be. All right, an 8.33, so to be able to produce those goods on a smaller wave, he has just opened up a can of worms on all of the other athletes here in this competition, because Ayrton has just proved that on a smaller, non-set wave, you can get the high scores. So this is where Ayrton starts to be dangerous, because he has tricks up his sleeve. He has an arsenal of weapons ready to fire, and already up past that 15-point average with that last 8.3. So right on the money here for Cosolino in the 5 on 5 minutes. Already showing the mixes of the freestyle. And let's not forget, he is the instigator. One of the athletes that has pushed strapless freestyles to where it is today. And now also with the big air strapless freestyle, where he is actually going to be in at the Red Bull King of the Air this year, where he is going to be flying, and that airline Cosolino is going to be going down to Cape Town. 4.5 minutes on the clock. And now let's see, because Maggi also still at 10.97, looking to get a better wave. Oh! Going for the front roll. Ayrton is having fun. He really is just having fun out there at the moment, and he is trying different maneuvers, because if he can link some of those ones on the bigger set waves, this is where we might potentially be able to start to see some 10s. Oh, getting it loose. Very nice surfing. Look at the power. Fins are breaking on every single one. And he's going unhook. Gets it. Almost trying the pass. And going down. But Cosolino starting to mix it up. This is what we want to start to see. It's all about making the most of what you have here. And there you can see him breaking. Unhooks. Goes up. Actually does get the landing, but then just got caught out by the white water there, unfortunately. But still, very good surfing there from him before. As we come up on 3.5 minutes, what a way to start. And we can see Maggi already up in position. Who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? All right, 15.00 still so far in the final 3 minutes of this heat. Still waiting for some more action out there, because Cosolino at the moment is on the top. And there we can see Maggi. We can see Maggi making his way forward, as he is looking for another set wave. But going on one of the small ones here. Ayrton has put in the work nice and early, so obviously not getting more than a 6.67 on that last wave. It's good to see the Cape Verdean mixing it up. And there we can see the Moroccans with the Moroccan flags, as they are supporting their fellow countrymen. Moni Maggi, who's been surfing very well throughout this contest, making it all the way through to round number 5. But he has come up against a very hungry defending champ of this event, and a past various time world champion. I had a little chat with Ayrton yesterday, and he said he is hungrier than ever. So watch out, boys. He is out on the prowl, and he wants blood. 1.5 minutes. And the final minute over here, just making their way. It looks like both of these boys are already in position. Are we going to see a last little gold nugget making their way down? In the front is Maji, the local Moroccan athlete. And in the back is Edson Cotolino, past champion here from Dakhla. There's already been a lot of action down there on the water. And we've seen a potential game changer because Ayrton, with that second to last wave, was able to get above an 8 on, let's say, one of the more smaller to medium waves. So he's opened up that can of worm where you can get those big scores if you mix it up. And we always knew Ayrton would have a few tricks up his sleeve as we continue on here of day number 2. And it does look like both of these athletes are going to have one more wave. Cozzolino letting go of the bar, grabbing the older D-Power. Cutting back, James Carew style there. And now he's just going to be making it all the way down. And just letting those fins loose. And we can also see Maji there in the background. Just enjoying both of these guys synchronized surfing all the way down to the stream booth.
Ayrton, a tough heat there. You're up against a local rider who has a lot of support down on the beach. We hear them cheering.
Yeah.
How did you find that going up against local competition? They obviously know this wave really well, but as to you, you won this event last year. So just, how do you deal with that sort of competition?
Yeah, man, it's pretty fun to go against all the locals. They are like really nice guys. They are ripping in. I mean, they know this place pretty well. Yeah. And I was super stoked to ride with them. And they're super stoked right now. And it's super cool, man. And I didn't feel like exactly what I wanted on the heat, but it's just the beginning, bro. It's like tomorrow's gonna be another day. Yeah. I'm gonna rest a bit and ready for it.
Yeah, well, you made it through, and obviously the family's still in. Hendrix is still powering through.
Sure, bro.
You're still in. How much does that excite you to have the pair of you still competing at the top level?
Yeah, I'm so excited, man, to be here with my nephew too. He's gonna go against James soon, and I think it's gonna go well. And man, waiting for it, and I'm gonna help him, and getting ready for next hit.
Well, we look forward to it. Congratulations, man. So I'll let you land that kite. And now we're going to go back to Joe in the live studio.
I've thought about this, I've dreamt about this. It's just been such a great experience and I'm so stoked. No words to describe how great I'm feeling right now.
All right, and we're back out there on the water. Let's go as we continue on with the GK Kite-Surf World Cup. Coming up next, let's see, as there it is. We have Francesco Capuzzo going up against Rhys Myerscott from Canada. Backside versus frontside. Rhys beating the buzzer yesterday with that last wave, making himself go through, as we are now here on round number 5. So the idea for today is we will complete round number 5 of the men, and we will leave the quarters, the semis, and the grand finale for tomorrow, as we are getting close to those, as the sun is starting to go down. We have about an hour and a half left, and let's now see, as we have that final minute. Just had 4 minutes gone, and we are now have 14 more minutes. All right, so at the moment, Rhys with a 4.67 is in the lead. But early days in this heat, it is looking a little bit flat out there at the moment. And we just saw Mozing Maggi doing on a very good performance there against Edson Cosolino. But past last year's champion and a past world champion, and probably one of the most influential strapless freestylers in the game from the early days. Throwing down, to say the least, but he is definitely going to have to, because Sebastian Ribiero definitely has the upper hand on the old scores at the moment on the rest of the fleet. In the water, Rhys Myerscott, Francesco Capuzzo, and we are seeing some more action. Not any sets come through yet, but definitely Rhys putting on the performance, and he always has a very good time over here in Dakhla. And we're just waiting to see what will happen with this heat, because Francesco Capuzzo, for me, is one of the best backside riders. And he, at the moment, we're just waiting for the scores to be updated. There it is. Francesco Capuzzo is winning in the lead with a 6.23. All right, so coming down there with the Ocean Rodeo, Reese Myerscott. Looks like he's starting to get his groove on as he has a 9.35. Making his way all the way down to the bottom. This section is starting to come up. He's got the speed. What has he got for us? Bada boom! Off the top, getting that kite low so he can stay on. And a nice little inside ride. A little bit of an ollie there. Just to mix it up, we can start to see some of the athletes adding in a little additional freestyle. But this is what it's all about. And Francesco Capuzzo there has a 6.23 total in the moment in second position as we stand. But early days in the heat as we still have 11 minutes left. And the idea is to get through round number 5 completely. And then we would change back over to the ladies to also complete their round up until the quarterfinals. So that means we have 3 more heats of the men. And then we'll be changing over to the girls. And that will be it for the day. So about an hour and a half more of action, and what a day 2 it has been here in Morocco. The waves once again are proving to come through here in Dakhla, and the wind even better than yesterday as the guys are out on their 10-meter kites. And I can see the rest of the fleet starting to get ready to rumble as it is time. Elimination rounds are out there, and the winners of these heats will be making it through to the quarterfinals. So let's go, boys and girls. It is time to throw down here. And at the moment, Reese Myerscott in the driving seat. He's got that golden jersey on with a 10.70, but Francesco Capuzzo finding his groove and starting to get some better scores. And Reese increasing his lead a little bit there with a 10.70 total. All right, so after round number 5 of the men, so we have 3 more men's heats, and that will be it for the boys today. After that, we will have a few more women's heat to close off this second day of competition. And what an interesting day it has been so far. Waves now, as the tide has gone out a little bit more, seem to be backing off a bit, where we have had some beautiful sets coming through. As we have more action out there on the water. Let's see what is going to happen. Reese Myerscott, Francesco Capuzzo, 2 very good friends, frontside versus backside. Who's going to be taking their crown home and getting through to the quarterfinals? We will soon find out. All right, it looks like Reese is looking into something here. Wave leaving him a little hanging there. It's a very flat section. You can see just hasn't got the face to it, but he is going with it, even though it's not really lining up. But here it starts. Looks like it's starting to lift up. Okay, big slash off the top there for Reese. Flowing at that water. And as we heard from Juan Antonio, the water actually going vertical, meaning that his turn is vertical. When you see the water going a little bit more off to the side, means that it's kind of a handbrake turn. Just unfortunately getting caught up on his front foot there. But starting off, wow, Reese definitely seems like he's getting back into his groove. But he's going to have to be a little bit more consistent if he wants to get through the future rounds. And it looks like Francesco Capuzzo on the black RRD kite has seen something that he's like and is going to be taken off of it. Let's see what he has here. Okay, Francesco Capuzzo is going to engage. Gets the speed. Hack turn back to the white waters to keep the power. The wave unfortunately flattened off. Is this going to be able to make most of it? No. He is going to continue down, but what does he need? He needs a 7.50 if he wants to be able to take the win at the moment. So Francesco needs to up both of his scores or get a very high score to be able to go through, as the waves are far and few between. Starting to get a little bit into a sticky situation. But I tell you what, Capuzzo, if he has one thing, he is a resilient athlete. And he is going to be searching, a very experienced waterman. And he knows where to find those waves, where to search. And let's see if he has an opportunity to get a couple more rides. And it put a battle on here for the Canadian Reese Myerscott, who at the moment is in the driving seat. So saying hi out there to all the Canadians flowing in here on the stream, watching Reese Myerscott. So good to see him throwing down here for the rest of his heat, as he has about 4 minutes to go already in the lead. There we can see Max Maxwell getting his stuff ready, as he is going to be coming out very soon. So coming up next in the water, we will be continuing on with round number 5 of the men. You've already seen some big names get kicked out of the competition. But at the moment, we will have Luke Millard going up against Matthew Lopez, Mr. Tropical himself, next. And as it stands, it is an 11.25 there for Reese Myerscott and Francesco Capuzzo with a 7.33. We have got ready to go in the beautiful location that is the West Point Hotel over here in Dakhla, Morocco, for the GK Kite-Surf World Cup. And underneath the Qatar Airways GK Kite World Tour. What awaits to start off the kite-surfing discipline with conditions like this? But let's not forget, this is a water sport paradise with more than 300 days of wind a year. And the waves coming along today as well. Day number 1 and day number 2, success in Morocco. And the conditions once again for tomorrow are looking nice and easy. All right, so coming down on a wave. There we have Rhys Maesco. Big first hack right up on the white water. Now he's going to have a little check turn back to the power zone. Waits it out, waiting until that wave to get a little bit steeper to be able to power along. Right, here he goes off the top. Good timing. Big carving back turn. Up again. Good synchronization there. Right on the money. Rhys Maesco right now. Here he comes going down. This wave is looking very nice and up. Big one more time. Getting that water off nice and sideways. Bringing in the power. Driving through the fins. And coming down right in front of the stream booth. Looking like I reckon we're going to be seeing an air. A little bit of a hoppity hop there. As he just didn't quite get probably what he was looking for. I really love how he pulls those shoulders back. And a little bit of a floater there to finish it off. Great work there from the Canadian. Looking to improve on a 5.23. Riding that one all the way from the back. And now Francesco Capuzzo is definitely on the search out the back as the waves have been very far and few between in this heat. As we are approaching the final 10 seconds. And it does look like Francesco has taken off on the final wave of his heat as he was on it on the buzzer, as he needs a 9.5. Francesco will need a 9.5 if he wants to be able to take the win here. Let's see what he's got. Double or nothing. Leaving it all on the line. 9.5 Francesco is going to need if he wants to take the win in this heat. A big turn there, just making it going down with the air. A little bit of a floater here to the very end. It was a good wave. But I don't think that is going to be enough. And just waiting for confirmation as Rhys Maesco had enough advantage in the beginning of this heat to apply the pressure. So while we're waiting for the confirmation of that, let's have a little look at the highlights of that heat. As there was some great action here. Day number 2, GKA Kite-Surf World Cup, Dakhla, Morocco.
So I'm down here with Rhys Maesco, who's just come off his heat. He's taken out Francesco Capuzzo. Rhys, Francesco is a really good all-round athlete. He does multiple world tours. Bit of a challenge going into that one, but you came out on top. Give us a little insight to how the conditions are today.
Yeah, well, yeah, Francesco was an amazing rider in like so many different sports and everything, but the waves just went really flat in the middle of our heat, so we were just kind of out there duking it out, trying to get priority over each other for a while, and really, I mean, we were just working the inside, and only one good wave got through, and I got that wave, and so that's kind of what happened, I think.
And now you're through. And just before we jumped on the live, you spoke to me a little bit about the wind angle. Can you just explain a little bit more about that for the people at home and how that's different from yesterday?
So, at least for my heat yesterday, it was like really offshore, so the kite was pulling you off the back of the wave all the time. It's really fun that way, but today, when it's a bit more side shore, the kite's not yarding you around as much. It opens up a lot more different moves and like possibilities. So.
Well, you look comfortable out there. You look like you're getting some really nice, snappy turns on the peak of the wave, so congratulations on that. Through to the next round, and we'll see you then.
Shout out to Sebastian Ribiero for telling me to take an 8 instead of a 10.
So, well, all the riders giving each other little hints out here. It's great to see that it's a great community down here in the kite surfing world, but we're going to jump onto the heat now that's going on with Joe in the booth.
I've thought about this, I've dreamt about this. It's just been such a great experience, and I'm so stoked. No words to describe how great I'm feeling right now.
And welcome back, everybody. So going out on the water, we have Luke Millard versus Matthew Lopez. Representing Spain, coming out of Cape Verde. Mr. Tropical himself, in my words, one of the most talented backside riders out there. Let's go straight into the action. All right, here we can see Matthew Lopez going down. Sun straight in front of the camera, so there's a little section there, but we can't see them too well. And Matthew, unfortunately, getting caught up there. And all the way out the back there, that is Luke Millard coming out of Australia, riding Ocean Rodeo. He's out there on the new rise. We're just trying to see, as there are some scores dropping. Matthew Lopez already with a 7.47 and a 6.93. Two very decent scores already to start off. 14.40. Mr. Tropical definitely meaning business. We've already seen a lot of high-scoring waves from other athletes coming through. And Luke Millard already early on in the heat has his work cut out for him. About maybe 1 to 2 sets are coming through for each heat. So you really do have to pick off the good ones and perform if you want to be able to get the goods. And here we have the Australian going out one more time, turning against that wave, as he didn't see any scoring potential, and he is right there. Definitely when you're going up against athletes like Matthew Lopez, you want to wait, get the set waves, and just go, go, go. And Matthew putting in the work early. We saw this back in the days in Cape Verde when he came second. Let's not forget, Matthew has been a world champion himself here on the GKA Kite-Surf World Tour. And I always try to compare him. I will call him the Rob Machado of our sport. He's got the flow, he's got the style, he has the vibe. And here he is representing, bringing himself all the way down. Let's see what he has for us here as he starts off. This wave is starting to open up nicely. Big cutback turn. Oh, boom! Letting the tail loose, silhouetting through the sun there, right there. Matthew speed lining it so he can get back into position. Off the top again. I love how he just lets that tail go. Two of my favorite backside riders, Matthew Lopez and Kiasi Deoboitis, coming out of Hawaii, for me, are the two best riders when it comes to backside. And you, Matthew, representing here. You can just see that additional style, letting that tail loose, getting that extra 45 degree. And here it is, there it is, right in the sunset. Look at this, bada boom, straight across the top. That is what we want to see here from Tropical. And Luke Millard here, starting to hack up a wave on the inside as well. And Matthew one more time, making his way down. A beautiful highlight there. And now we can see both of these athletes making their way all the way out to the back. And we're just approaching the midpoint of this heat, and at the moment Matthew Lopez with a 6.87 and a 7.47. So some beautiful silhouette sunset turns there as the sun is starting to go down. It is just about 6 o'clock in the afternoon, probably about 2 hours. But as the sun starts to go right in front of us, it gets that goldeny look, and I tell you what, there is gold out there on the water right now. Matthew there with some very nice backside riding, but Luke Millard is not going to make his life easy, as he is in position. Both of these riders are waiting for those waves to come through, and let's see, as there is still loads of time, and this is definitely not done until the buzzer. All right, here we have Luke front side making it down, linking a couple turns there, going back to the power zone. Now we see his There we are. Luke Millard with a big smack. Nice! Bottom turn off the top. Can he pull it together? Oh, that was a shame. Just not quite getting the final hit there. Was a beauty of a bottom turn. Dragging the hand. Surf style. Liking what I see there from Luke. And the judges as well. 11.37. But just not quite making it there on that one. As we are just a little bit under 6 minutes to go. And Machu Lopez, Mr. Tropical, representing Spain, coming out of the Dominican Republic. El Torito in the lead. Luke throwing the water sky high there. Brings himself off the top, but there it is. He just did not quite get it. So there we can see both of our athletes making their way back to the West Point. One of the longest waves here of the Atlantic and the beautiful location we have for the first event of the GK Kite-Surf World Cup of the Qatar Airways GK Kite World Tour. This is the kite surfing discipline. Let's not forget, we also have the twin tip discipline where we will be going to Saudi Arabia, Neom, for the next event, middle of October. And then we will be going to Brazil where we will have both twin tip freestyle and strapless freestyle together with the sister tour of the GWA Wingfoiling World Tour. Make sure to check out all of the official dates on the official webpage. And now I can see there is definitely some lines coming in. So here we have, put yourselves to the edge of the seat because we got action coming our way. Luke Millard, front and center. Machu Lopez, we can see him there in the back, going to be taking off on a set wave. Very nice schmackaroo there for Millard. Air dropping down. One hit wonder there, unfortunately. And now let's have a look at Machu Lopez making his way in as well. Just waiting for the wave. Very good timing. Look at the bottom turn. This is what I'm telling you. He really yanks it around, gets that board vertical. Now he's making his way across this white water. Can he get to the end of the section? Cat-like reflexes there. And going for a little air, but just got thrown off balance a little early. So that is probably not going to improve on his score. But Machu putting in the work early. Still your current leader here in this round 5 of the competition, day number 2 here in Morocco. And these are for placings in the quarterfinals that we will be continuing with tomorrow. As today we will only be finishing round number 5 of the men. All right, Luke Millard, we're starting to get some action out here as both of these riders are throwing down for us. The ocean is coming our way. Luke Millard here on a little inside nugget. I can see our videographer, Julien Leleur, starting to get the drone to make sure he gets all of those shots. Making all of our reels here for this event. Showing the love and showing the stoke. Ah, Julien, allez le bleu, allez la France. Our videographer. And here he is. And I tell you one thing, he has a big smile on his face now because he's just been given a coffee. And Machu Lopez deciding against that one as we approach the final 2 minutes of this heat. 2 minutes, 2 minutos. It looks like he has turning, and yep, there he is, taking off on a wave. So front and center, Ocean Rodeo, 2 turns. This wave is actually starting to open up nicely. I've got a front side view here. But this middle section flattens. And we move on to the next heat. Let's have a little look at the highlights from that heat.